welcome to the 415th episode of the Random Podcast from Heck. My name is Tony. This is the podcast about random things in the world of entertainment, which includes movies, TV shows, and comic books. Big shout out to Andrew Loken. He is a big supporter of the show. You can be a supporter by going to patreon.com/gmanfromheck. Any amount you commit to will be awesome. If you commit at the Rick Jones tier or higher, you get access to the Secret Podcast from Heck, which is an additional 30 minutes of podcast entertainment every single week. Currently, we're still looking back at the early appearances of the Hobgoblin because I love the character. I love those early issues. The big mystery took like forever. But sometimes I talk about other random comic book or just like other whatever topics, and I'm open to suggestions. So if there's ever something you want me to take like a deeper dive into, that's a place where we would do it. But if you cannot commit to a monthly commitment, you can also help out by going to coffee.com/gmanfromheck, and you can buy me a virtual cup of coffee or 3. That's ko-fi.com/gmanfromheck. And also on Patreon, if you, again, don't want to commit to a monthly commitment, you can help out also by purchasing, quote unquote, buying some of those like special episodes. So you just go to the shop tab on the Patreon and you can buy access to it, whatever. But if you use the iOS app, you will pay a 30% upcharge. What are we doing this week? The movie feature is Weapons. So I was actually really excited for this, and I still am. let me just say that. The reason I was excited because I didn't know anything about it, and even when I watched it, I kept forgetting that the writer director was the guy that did Barbarian, and I loved that movie. This movie, I really knew nothing about it. Just Julia Garner, Josh Brolin. That's all I knew, and except from what you see in the trailer. I watched the trailer once. Grade school teacher, entire class, all the kids are missing. The kids run out in the middle of the night. What the heck is going on? Where are they going? What is happening? It just seems so creepy and everything. And what I will say, I like the movie. And I'll also add, I pre-ordered the movie, the Steelbook for that. Because, that's how it works these days a lot of times. Where it's almost like before the movie even comes out. Like a lot of times, like the Thursday before it comes out, or the Friday, they'll put pre-orders forward if there's a Steelbook, and you can order. You have no idea. There's no release date. Like a lot of times they don't have an idea when they're going to do the home release, but you can pre-order it. And the crappy thing about Steelbooks these days, a lot of times they sell out. And there's two reasons they sell out. One, because they're a little more expensive than a regular standard movie, and even physical media like Target, Walmart, a lot of places, actually maybe Walmart still is, a lot of places don't have physical media anymore. Like Best Buy, they stopped selling movies. It's ridiculous. You need physical media because you should not rely on streaming all the time. Because, what if your internet's down? What if you have like bad connection for some reason? Or what if you're, whatever platform you want to stream something on, all of a sudden they decide to pull it. Their licensing agreement, ends and stuff like that. So there's a lot of times where things will just disappear, and it's like, wait, where can I watch this at? So I'm a strong believer about physical media, and I will mention it every opportunity I get. So I pre-ordered Weapons. Yeah, I liked it. It's a cool Steelbook, so you can hear more about that later. What else do we have? Most likely, probably, we'll see how it goes. Probably going to start Wednesday. So Jenna Ortega, Wednesday, season 2 has started. First 4 episodes have dropped, so they're breaking it down. And then in September, they're going to do the second 4 episodes of season 2. I kind of like that. That makes me feel a little better. So, if we're going to get 8 episodes, I would feel bad if it's like, okay, 8 episodes all at once, and then it takes me 8 weeks. And then it's like, okay, I'm talking about this episode that aired 2 months ago. So if all goes according to plan, I could do 1 a week and then still kind of be caught up, like when episode 5 comes out. So we'll see how that goes, like how time is and everything. We'll have an episode of Twisted Metal. I think I may be like a week and a half behind on that. Got another Dexter Resurrection. I may be like a week and a half behind. And then the final episode of Squid Game. So I have some things to say about that. I like the series. I'm a fan of the series. I'm a little bummed that it's over, but it is over. So like, what does that mean? Where do we go from here? So we'll have some things to say about that. Let's talk about the news. Highlander, Henry Cavill Highlander. I don't know how I feel about just the fact that this movie is getting remade. I was a fan of the original Highlander. I remember, when that came out, and I remember being really confused when Highlander 2 came out because so when Highlander, I didn't see Highlander 1 in theaters. But I remember it's like, oh, this is a cool movie and everything. We got to watch this, and I checked it out, and then like Highlander 2, it starts off, and wasn't there like some sort of alien? I could be totally wrong now, because he's like Sean Connery. It's like, wait, what's happening here? What's going on? Yeah, but I enjoyed those movies, and I guess it makes sense. After a while, it's like it's a cool story. We can't really continue it, and it is about money a lot of times. But sometimes it's like, this is a cool concept. We want to, not that we want to improve or do it, but maybe someone's like, I would love to take this on, and do this. And a lot of times people get upset. They're like, oh, but it's classic. You shouldn't mess with it. But it's a chance to bring it to a new audience, because if you were to say, hey, watch this movie, I think it was the early 80s, right? The first one. If you say it's like some young, what is it? Are they Gen Z? What are they now? I don't even know. If you would say, hey, you want to watch this movie, and someone might check it out, and they'll be like, no thanks. Even if it's remastered or whatever, some movies just have a like old, cheesy feel to it. It's just the outfits and hairstyles and stuff like that. So it's a way to just keep it alive, keep it going, and everything like that. And I'm okay with that, because like, let's use The Crow for example. I really feel passionate about the original Crow movie. Brandon Lee. I hated the sequels and everything like that. And some of them, it took me like years. There's some of them that I just recently watched, like the last, I don't know, 5 years or whatever. I may have talked about them in a secret podcast. I don't remember. But you still had that original movie. And the sequels were different, because it's like, okay, whatever, you're telling other stories and that. But then when they're like, we're gonna reboot it, we're gonna have Skarsgård play Eric Draven, and I was just like, you can't do that. That's not right, and everything like that. I get why they're doing it and everything, and they've been trying for so long, and selfishly, I've been kind of like cheering every time it's failed to come about. I was like, yeah, it's not happening. It's good. Just keep it that way. So I watched the new one, of course. I talked about it on the podcast, and I did not like it. I was not a fan of it. That doesn't take away from the original. The original still exists, so we're fine. It's not like, okay, we're gonna replace we're knock on your door, knock. Hey, do you have any copies of The Crow, like on DVD or VHS or anything like that? Yeah, okay, yeah, thanks. Here's a new version, and here's some tissue that you're gonna start crying when you watch it. So that's but okay. What am I talking about? It's taking me out this time just to get this long. So with the Highlander casting news. In the original movie, so we had Clancy Brown playing, was Kurgan, right? The big villain, big dude. In this new one, it's going to be Dave Bautista. Okay. I mean, I like Dave Bautista. I'm trying to think, like, how tall is Clancy Brown? I know he's taller than I am, because I remember when I interviewed him. Yeah. And I don't know how tall Dave Bautista is. Like, how tall is Dave Bautista compared to Henry Cavill? I don't know. That is my big question as to like making this work, because Kurgan should be really big, or not? So we'll see how that goes. What about rumor time? The Snyder dude. I don't know if he saw the script or heard the script or rumor. He's saying something that, no, he probably didn't see the script, but there's rumors that the script could heavily feature Robin. Okay, and it's an interesting idea, but see, something like that, it's a good guess, and I'm taking this because I'm going to go somewhere else in just a second. But what I want to say about Robin is, what's kind of interesting, if you look at like all the Batman movies except for Batman and Robin, we haven't really had Robin featured in there. There was talks in like the Michael Keaton one, which I'm glad that never happened with Kid or whatever. But, is it time? Do we need a Robin? Should we have a Robin? And, we're going to get that with Brave and the Bold. So it'll be interesting. But anyways, I guess there's this other rumor or something. I didn't read it all, but I saw something. I don't know if they were trying to say that like Damian Wayne was going to be in the Batman 2 and that was going to lead to like a Teen Titans or something like that. And James Gunn, this is where I get to where I don't know if Robin's going to be in the Batman 2 because he said something. He said something like, I don't know if people are just guessing or whatever. He's like, there's only 4 people that know what's going on. She's like, so this is all they're either making it up or they're just guessing. And that's how I feel about a lot of the rumors that we hear. Yeah, because I say this every single time. I just find it so hard to believe. Who is going to be risking their job to leak information to someone? It's one thing, maybe you become friends with someone and you want to help them out. It's like, oh, you have a podcast, you have a newsletter, you have a website, here's some information. Don't mention my name. And it's just, how do you do it? Because if it is you're friends with them, you can't publicly be friends then. It's like, oh, you follow each other on Instagram. That's interesting. This person, this outlet, this whatever posted about this thing, and you guys are following each other on Instagram or whatever, and you're going to lose your job. People are going to if you leak something huge out, I'm sure word's going to get around. And like if James Gunn were to find out, or if someone leaked something Marvel, then you're not going to want that person, production designer, whatever the role is, they're going to know that you can't be hired. Plus the fact that you're probably signing NDAs anyways, so you're leaking this information out. So not only are you going to lose your job, you're probably going to maybe face a lawsuit or have to pay a fine or something. I just don't understand why people would do that. If it's a matter, it can't be. I mean, would people just freely here's this information. I'm putting my livelihood on the line. Here, go ahead, take this. And you're helping them out because then you're adding value to this other scooper, whatever you want to call it, because then their website or their whatever thing podcasts are going to get more views, more hits, and that could lead to more money for them. Now the question is, if someone is getting information, are they paying for the information? Are you hey, here's $50 if you give me information? Who the heck has that kind of money? I don't have that. And that was the thing, back in the corporate days, Comic Vine or whatever, there would never be a budget to pay for that. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, I guess now that I look at it, if we want to kind of make note of this, I guess you could have maybe worked it out somehow. It would be such a hard. Actually, I don't even know how you would do that, because I'm thinking we had a freelance budget, and there is some. Some the way it works where it's like a pay per post. It's like, okay, you do this, you'll get paid X amount of dollars or whatever. And it's not very much, the way it was back then, because corporate websites are cheap. They want all the money for the higher ups, and they'll say, oh, we'll pay you $10 per post, or $20 or $30, or $50. I don't know, $100 maybe. But you have to really deliver on that, So if are you gonna have some sort of bribing budget? Anyways, yeah. So I see that's something that I should. I could probably talk about. It wouldn't be a good topic, I don't think, but it's something I could get into, on a secret podcast. Maybe talk about the behind. There's not even that many that much to talk about in the behind the scenes stuff. But I could easily do that if anyone wanted to hear more about that. Not that I'm going to reveal any corporate secrets, or because there aren't any. There's nothing. I never signed an NDA, or to work at CBS Interactive. Welcome home. No. Yeah. So whatever. Let's move on. What about Matt Smith? I'm a Matt Smith fan. And I don't know if I've ever said it, but I must have said it. But in the beginning, when he became the Doctor, I wasn't the biggest fan, and it was mainly because I loved David Tennant. It's man, David Tennant's gone. Now we got this other guy. Who's this? And he acts differently. He's not the same doctor because he shouldn't be, because they're all different personalities or whatever. But then he grows on you, and a lot of it also depends on the stories and everything like that. So that's a huge part. But seeing Matt Smith and other stuff, last night in Soho, even the House of the Dragon, he was good in that. He's a great actor. So I think we can say that. He is apparently, I don't know when this was first announced, but I feel like I fairly recently heard this, within the last week or so, that he's going to be in Star Wars Starfighter, the Ryan Gosling Star Wars movie. And I had heard maybe almost a few days ago or whatever that he's going to be the villain. But then I saw another post that was role may have been revealed, but it's wait, you're posting this now? It's I already heard that he was the villain, so I don't know, but that's cool. Let's you got to be careful with these movies. You're going to do a new Star Wars movie, especially if you're going to do something totally different, non-Skywalker or whatever. And if you're going to, it's cool if you can cast big actors or known actors. But I think you have to be careful because it could be distracting. And that goes with anything. You're going to do a new, Marvel whatever movie, new character. And if you get if you cast Brad Pitt said he would never do that, apparently. He doesn't want to do superhero movies. But if you cast someone like that, it's going to be a bit of a distraction. And, so you have to really kind of do that carefully. James Cameron he made a comment about the Avatar movies. So he says he's not doing them for the money. Luckily for him, they are doing well. Because it's oh, you're not doing it for the money? Why don't you give all that money away? Give it to me. Or pay people to watch your movies, or I guess that wouldn't work because they need to make money. But you need movies to make money. Otherwise, the studios will not keep making it. So the movies are successful. People enjoy them. I'm just okay with them. I'm kind of bored with them. They're visually, amazing, but I'm just eh. Apparently, he made some comment that the main reason he's doing it is because he wants to try to get people closer to nature. And just it's okay. I mean, if so, cool. But let's can we make Battle Angel Alita 2 first soon ever? Yeah, so we'll see about that. Not about the money. I don't know. Maybe, but I don't know if I believe that. One of the things I'm getting tired of saying is I don't understand the doom and gloom reporting. It's every time you see, here's a big blockbuster movie, and then what's going to happen the second week? It is going to drop, and it's always it almost seems like it's a standard 50-60%. Because people are talking about Fantastic Four. Rob Liefeld in particular, he keeps posting, and he's just I'm just posting the facts or whatever. Because he'll post other he may post Variety, but then he posts someone that's wait, who's this outlet that you're posting? Why are you posting this? It's saying the same thing, but he keeps posting it, and he's these are just the facts. I'm just stating it. I just don't understand this doom and gloom reporting. Every movie, if you look at the box office, it drops. And if you can say, well, this has a bigger drop. Fantastic Four, which I'm assuming was what it was, has a 66% box office drop. Yeah, but you need to look at it. You may say, okay, this has a 66% drop, and maybe something let's say Together came out last week. Smaller movie, smaller budget and everything, smaller promotion. And that one is probably not going to have a 66% drop because there probably wasn't a huge first week. So if there are tons of people going the first week, that's atypical, non-typical, whatever you want to say. And then the second week, all of this crazy enthusiastic fan, us, we're all going to see it that first week if possible. Some people can't make it the first week. So yeah, it is going to drop because it had an increased, let's say maybe typical is 30 million box office, whatever. But something's really, really exciting, really cool. So you get 60 million. So you're already saying there's twice as many that first week. And then the second week, it is going to drop down because you had everyone go that first week. It's not like, oh, this auditorium only holds 100 people, so 100 people go there. And then the second week's like, oh, it went down to, 70 people went. But no, because like instead of 100 people going that first week, it's like 500 people went that first week. Then the second week is like back to normal. So it's like, 70 people. Oh, look at that huge drop off. So I just think it's such crap that people post these drops when you're not looking, you're basing it off of that first week excitement, which again, maybe I'm wrong about this, but this is what just makes sense. It's about numbers and math. You need to look at how many screens did it play, and no one ever really looks at that. Where you might have a movie this played on 4,000 screens, and then this other movie only played on 2,000 screens. So yeah, it's going to have a less smaller drop off or whatever because everyone is going that first week. And the other thing, it's like, are you excited that it's something's not being successful? I mean, do you just like not care? Do you not want more? And someone like Rob Liefeld, maybe he wants Marvel to fail now because he's not happy with whatever. But it's like if you're like rooting for someone to fail, then that means you're not going to get any more. And then it's like we all lose. And that's like very selfish. And for like all the outlets, it's like why post about that? Why do you want to post something just like negative? It's all just, it's like skewed, it's slanted, it's stupid reporting in my opinion. I don't see the point of talking about that when you're not really addressing the fact that, oh, this made this much more than all the other movies put around. Like when in this, like I saw an article, they're saying like, oh, Superman might be the first DC movie to do something that hasn't happened since The Dark Knight. It's like the first movie to beat Marvel in a year. It's like, okay, maybe that's true, but you also have to look at it. Okay, so DC is putting out one movie this year, Superman. Marvel put out Captain America: Brave New World with, as much as I love Anthony Mackie, it's basically with Falcon. It's not our quote-unquote Captain America. It's not Steve Rogers. It's not Chris Evans. It's Anthony Mackie, which, again, I love Anthony Mackie. Then we had Thunderbolts. No one knows who Thunderbolts are. And by no one, I'm talking about your general audience. Not us comic book, awesome people, regular people. They don't know who Thunderbolts are. And it doesn't matter you have Florence Pugh playing Yelena because, not everyone saw Scarlet Witch or watched Hawkeye necessarily. And then you got Bucky, which people should know who Bucky is, but he's not even called the Winter Soldier. It's called Bucky Barnes. And then you got the fake Captain America U.S. agent, which again I thought Wyatt Russell was great in Thunderbolts. And then you got Ghost. People even remember who Ghost is, and I saw a post. I think it was like on Reddit. Someone's like, "How come like Bucky and John Walker, go by their names and other characters don't?" And someone's like, look me in the eyes and tell me what Ghost's real name is, or maybe it was Taskmaster, Taskmaster's real name. No one knows who they are. They're not going to remember them. Oh, and then Fantastic Four. That's unfortunate that didn't do well, but maybe because of other movies, I don't know. So you got these three movies. It's not like the top of the line, cream of the crop Marvel stuff. Maybe Fantastic Four should have been. But also you have to look at it is you got 3 Marvel movies versus 1 DC movie. Is it true? Is there that superhero fatigue? Is there Marvel fatigue? Are you diluting the thing where some people are not going to want to go to see a superhero movie 3 times in a short span in a matter of months. If you're looking at, that's, $60 right there. And then plus, popcorn, and it could be more if you're talking about, taking a date or your family or your kids or anything like that. So yeah, when you look at that, of course, Superman could do more because, if you're separating the thing, is Superman a more popular character, or do more people know, people know who Superman is. Yeah, I'm sure more people know who Superman is than know who the Fantastic Four are. So it's I don't know, silly reporting in my opinion that you would even talk about stuff like that. But also, what if you combine the three movies? Did Superman still do better than Thunderbolts, Fantastic Four, and Captain America: Brave New World? I don't know, maybe, but it's just I just don't see the point. Why and why pit stuff against each other? I want Marvel movies. I want DC movies. I want Dark Horse movies. I want I want cool genre movies. Just put out some quality stuff. Don't oversaturate it. But if all of a sudden these movies aren't doing well, if it's too much of a risk, then we're not going to get, cool stuff. I love the fact that we had the Thunderbolts movie with these obscure not sort of obscure characters, and that it took on like darker, themes, emotions like depression or whatever. And if it's like, oh, we're only going to have, top tier characters, that's going to get boring. Because then it's definitely going to be the same thing all the time. Should I move on? Black Phone 2. I saw a Black Phone 2 trailer for the first time. I think I may have seen a teaser, but I saw this other trailer. I was like, that looks interesting. So it's officially rated R now for strong violent content, gore, drug use, and language. I also saw a trailer for the new Conjuring. The final Conjuring movie, which I'm a little sad that it's the last one, but maybe it's time, and maybe there aren't really any more stories to tell, or maybe people they've reached their limit. I don't know. It looks freaky, as it should. So I'm interested in seeing that. There's something else I saw. Oh, I saw the Predator Badlands trailer, and I had no idea like where it was kind of going. And okay, it looks a little different. I hate that they're like, you're not the predator, you're the prey. I hate when it's the same thing with the Spider-Man versus Predator comic or whatever, where like Craven's like, or someone's like calling you. Why would anyone call them predators? That is like our benefit. It just seems ridiculous when people are calling them predators. That's not the name of their species. It's not like, oh, we come from planet Predatorium, so we're predators. It's like, no, it's not. Don't throw that in just to be like, oh, it's the name of the movie, whatever. But that trailer looks interesting, so we'll see how that goes. There was a poster that was released. I don't remember if I heard about this before. Maybe I feel like I did. But there's a poster for Good Boy that was I think Fangoria shared it, got the premiere or whatever, posted it. So Good Boy is basically a horror story told from the dog's perspective, and that dog better be fine, better be the final dog or whatever. So that'll be interesting to see that. But it's like, is all the dialogue going to be muffled because dogs don't necessarily understand and be like, hey, sit, eat. Finn Wolfhard, he kind of alluded or kind of said something like, oh, maybe like Stranger Things spinoff is being discussed. There's nothing official. He had some ideas, like how he would do it or what he would see. He thinks it should be. He mentioned like a Twin Peaks, like David Lynch vibe, something like that. He said that it should be sort of like different stories, like an anthology, not necessarily anthology, but like outside of the whatever, I forget the name of their town, just like other things, like other parts of the world, like no returning characters, just tell like other stories. That makes sense. It's like I don't think we can keep going with these same characters, because it is maybe time to move on. I mean, unless you're gonna jump forward and show them like, okay, now they're no longer were they in middle school, whatever. It's like now they're like in college, or now they're buying a house, and so I don't know. But the thing is, will we have more? Of course, I'm sure we're gonna have more Stranger Things after this, because it is, Netflix puts a lot of money into it, especially with the salaries or whatever, the budget. But it is also probably like a big draw for them, and they do have a lot of Stranger Things merchandise, so I'm sure they're gonna want to do more. Oh, it's Spider-Man. I almost forgot about this. Melanie Scrofano is going going to be in Spider-Man Brand New Day. I don't know who that is. You might know. She was in Star Trek Strange New Worlds, and she's also a Winona Earp. She's the lead in that. I've never watched the show, so on Sci-Fi. But she posted, she was doing some filming in Glasgow, so she's going to be in the movie. No idea who, it hasn't been said, but if you're a fan of Star Trek Strange New Worlds or Winona Earp, so you might be excited for that. Last bit of news. I mentioned maybe like 2 or 3 weeks ago, there's this trailer for this movie called Exit 8, which is apparently like some video game or whatever, but the movie's about this guy trapped in like this endless Japanese subway station. And it just looks freaky. So like I said, if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you didn't do it then, go to YouTube, search search Exit 8 trailer, and you might get video. I should do that. It's like, is there any video game stuff? I'm curious. But just watch the trailer. It looks interesting. And my question was, am I going to be able to watch this? I'm not. I don't have any plans to go to Japan to watch it. It's been acquired by Neon for the North American rights, so that's cool, because Neon, they did Life of Chuck, they did I'm pretty sure they did Together. Hopefully that means it's going to play in theaters out here, because I would like to see it. Now that's going to be a tougher sell if it's a Japanese. Is it going to be dubbed, or is it going to be subtitled, or are they going to have options for both? You choose. But I'm excited. I would imagine. I mean, they're probably going to dub it, because most people don't want to read subtitles. I'm fine with subtitles, so we'll find out. And maybe you should put subtitles for this. No one wants to read all that. But hopefully you are willing. You want to hear the rest, because there is plenty more. But that is the news for the week. With comic books, Gotcha Man number 11 came out. So Mad Cave Studios released that. This issue, I don't remember who wrote the last issue, but Sam Humphries is the writer. Pasquale Colano wrote it. And basically, it's like the team, the Science Ninjas, are like on vacation on this boat. But then there's a storm and big waves. There's like a typhoon, because there's like a big mech that's Galactor. Of course, where does Galactor get all the money for these mechs? Boat gets smashed, and then they have to change. I feel like I'm giving away the whole issue, but I just love Gotcha Man. So just keep putting that out. I'll keep reading it. At Image, there wasn't a whole lot of Image. Let's see, did I read anything? Radiant Black 36, I need to get caught up. Oh, I did not read Sisterhood number 2, Hyde Street Story. I forgot about that. World 333 came out. World Tree 33 number 16 came out. So I need to get caught up on that. But what I did read from Image is G.I. Joe Real American Hero 319. And I just got to say, Paul Pelletier's art. I love his art. I feel like the first time I really started paying attention was when he was doing Batgirl. He must have been. I must have seen him do other stuff before. But his art is just so good. It's so crisp, and it's just I love it. And also I love the fact that we have an Andy Kubert cover. I mean, this is so cool. And so basically, what's going on here? This is a Larry Hama comic, and everything is like the poop is hitting the fan everywhere. We got all this stuff going on, and we got like all these Joes. They've infiltrated Springfield. They're posing as the Crimson Guardsman family, and then we have Storm Shadow and Dawn, Ninja Dawn, in the sewers, and we have some people infiltrated. What are they in Cobra Island or whatever, and everyone's getting discovered, and it's just it's all over this place. And because we got the modified, amped up Dr. Mindbender, which is just kind of weird, and he's fighting and stuff like that, and he's oh, just wait till Serpentor, I bring Serpentor back. Serpentor didn't do nothing. He's such, what is he gonna do? There's a reason he's in stasis. He lost their last whatever thing. But it's everything is falling to pieces. So it was interesting. At Marvel, interesting. So we have all new Venom number 9, and it's just huge fight. All these symbiotes and stuff. Because there's the evil symbiote patrol people, whatever, and you got the crazy. I forget her name because I don't even care. But you forget she's like oh, they're aliens. They need to destroy them and everything like that. So they're all trying to fight. And the fact they're so evil, they have Dr. Octopus, Doc Ock, and working for them. It's like, okay, you guys are just so despicable. But there's all this fight there. There is something else, another development at home. So when they finally get out of there, so Mary Jane, whatever, there's something that happens. So you don't want to miss that. Don't even want to hint anymore because I feel like it'll give it away. Then we also had The Amazing Spider-Man #9, which is Legacy 973. I can't read that, my eyes, or whatever. So basically, Spider-Man is kind of a jerk in this comic. So he got his butt kicked, as you can see on the cover. So we had that weird gladiator dude or whatever came up. So some time passed, and he's basically, he's got like a brace on his leg, or like what those walking cast things, whatever, boots or whatever you call them. So he's not really being Spider-Man. And of course, things are crazy in New York City because is he the only superhero? That seems kind of ridiculous. Yeah, at first I was like, is this like some weird alternate, whatever vision that we're looking at, that this isn't really happening? But apparently not. And he's just being a jerk, and I guess because he got his butt kicked, he got put in it in, so he's just like, I guess I can't do anything. So he's willing to, I mean, in a way, it's like, you could say it's some growth, even though he's kind of being a baby about it, but he doesn't even feel the guilt anymore. Shocker, amped up Shocker's out there like doing stuff, and he's like, oh, nope. And Shocker, he's like, what about you? You got anything to say? He's like, nope. And he just keeps on going. So it's like, you're gonna let these people get hurt or whatever, risk, because you don't want to do anything. And then, spoiler, I mean, it finally happened. It should have been a bigger deal. Mary Jane, because basically Aunt May is like, she's worried about Spider-Man, or about Peter. So she basically asked Mary Jane to, because I think Peter wasn't returning her Aunt May's calls or whatever like that. So she figures Aunt May figures if she gets Mary Jane to go talk to him, that'll work, that he'll have to listen to her. Mary Jane ends up like, hey, I need to tell you, stuff about Venom and everything. And the way she tell whatever she does, but it's like, Peter's just like, huh. He's just like such a jerk about it. It's like, oh my gosh, you suck, Peter. So we'll see if he gets out of his funk, makes up for it, but it's just like, Captain America #2. This is where it's set back. Captain America is, just recently out of the ice, and he's adjusting to things, and he doesn't know what to do. He goes back to the army. He reports to Thunderbolt Ross, and he just wants to keep doing what he can to help the country and everything. And he doesn't quite realize how things are. There's this other dude who kind of became like a sort of like did like a super soldier, whatever serum. Not really super soldier, but he's there too. I feel like that's going to go bad. Something's going to happen. But they're on a mission to liberate some soldiers that are being held, I think, in Latveria. So they're like, Dr. Doom's, Tyrant, and Captain America had heard a little bit. I guess he talked to Reed about it, and they're looking at, it's like, well, maybe Cap's like, we need to put a stop to, he's a fascist dictator or whatever, because he's thinking about, when he was in the war, you go after Hitler. So it's like, oh, the same thing. We need to stop Dr. Doom, and they're like, that's not the mission. We're not even supposed to be entering the country. We can't. That's like a declaration of war, type of thing. So there's some interesting, because Cap just is trying to adjust to the new world and how it is for him. We have Daredevil: Cold Day in Hell. This is issue 3 of 3. So this was a Charles Soule, Steve McNiven, Dean White. This is like the old man Matt Murdock, basically, old man Daredevil. One thing I would say that's interesting is, because Bullseye's been in this series. He's kind of like the big baddie. And we also have Bullseye in that the Tony Fleeks Thing comic. But it's like, spoiler, because in recent Daredevil comics, Bullseye died in the regular, it's not really a spoiler because it's been, a few issues ago. But it's interesting that he's supposedly dead, and they keep using it. It's like, oh, we're gonna kill him, and then they're like, oh, but we need a Daredevil villain, and who are the big Daredevil villains? Bullseye and Kingpin. We doesn't make sense to use Kingpin, so let's use Bullseye. But wait, he's dead. Well, nope. So that this really it's and I think the big thing here is like what happened to the Punisher. Man, it was like cruel in a way. But yeah, we see more Punisher here, and it was a big crazy. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't want to hint at anything else. It was a good series. You definitely should read it. It's 3 issues. If you missed out, didn't read any, definitely should read that. Unalivable. Is that what it is? That's not what it's always been. The Unalivable Gwenpool #4. Yeah, I'm still. I mean, I loved Gwenpool, and I don't like what's happened to her, and then the fact that we have Gwen Stacy back from the dead, maybe yes, and that she's like an assassin. Weapon 30. Was this Weapon 31? I forget what it is. So it's just like crazy stuff going on here, and but I'm still interested to see where this is gonna go and everything. It's just crazy. We had Helverine #9, and so every time, I don't know. I'm so curious now because I guess I've said this a few months ago, a couple months ago, whatever, that this is Daken, right? And I have no idea how he became this. Because, you see on the cover, it's like, yeah, those are Daken's claws. I'm not reading it, so I don't know anything. I thought, and I know I've said this before, I thought it was Wolverine. It's just like some weird fire Wolverine. It's like, okay. But, oh, there's Rivals Hellfire Gala. Why? I don't know anything about Rivals, the game, because I don't play it. So they're putting out this comic, and they're doing a Hellfire Gala for the game, whatever sort of universe, I guess. I don't know. I don't like that, but whatever. Moon Knight Fistakanshu #11. So first of all, that cover is like misleading. That is, you look at his cover, it's like, okay, we got the other Fistakanshu, we got 8-Ball, we got Tiger, and it's like, what is Moon Knight doing? What is Mark doing? He's ripping his face off. It's like, oh, is there gonna be something about different identities and coping with mind? Or nope, it has nothing to do with that. This is so basically they're talking about, it's like celebrating Moon Knight's birthday, and even though he doesn't normally like celebrate his birthday or anything like that, but then there's like a special guest there, and it's almost like, oh wait, are you talking to us, the reader, or are we it's like, why would we be going here and then here and then? So it's just like, it's kind of weird, and like the way they're talking, because it's not like oh, you're here, okay, that's great, let's do this. It's like, no, it's not like I'm Joe average whatever reader. You're not going to take me here and then take me over to Tiger's place, and but yeah, then we do see who this guest is, and it was interesting, because there's a couple developments, a couple like kind of big things in Moon Knight's world that happens here that you definitely don't want to miss. One World Under Doom #6. I thought this was the last issue. Nope, fooled me, because I was like, oh, this is it. So it's like Mr. Fantastic versus Doom. They're finally gonna settle. It's like, nope. But what this issue is about is Reed's gonna have like kind of like a debate with Emperor Doom. And basically, it's supposed to be like, if Reed's like, if I win, then you give up or whatever, and so then it's Doom, like it's almost like they try like smearing each other, like the things that they've done, and yeah, because he's talking about how like Reed, with all his inventions, and he's being selfish and not using them for the world, or he's talking about like other people, like how say what do you say, like how like Hank Pym could have solved like world hunger, because and you see like an image like, here's some giant chickens, but instead he used the Pym particles on himself, and just different things like that. But while that is going on, other heroes, Avengers and Fantastic Four, they're gonna try to see, can they get into Latveria? Why is Doctor Doom? Why does he have this shield, this dome, impenetrable magic dome over Latveria, and no one can go in there? So they're gonna like while he's distracted, can we figure out a way to get in? And the answer is yes, but you'll have to see what happens. Red Hulk number 7, no. I want to like this, but I'm struggling with it, and it's just weird because Red Hulk that we have now, it's Thunderbolt Ross, and back when we had Red Hulk before, maybe there's a slight change in personalities, but here it just feels like it's just Ross being Red Hulk versus before. I don't want to say he felt younger, but it just felt like a different persona. We had Storm. Thunder War continues. Is she on a giant hippo? I guess so. Star Wars Legacy of Vader, issue 7. Man, I need to read that. I feel like I'm missing out on something. I have no idea if there's, because it's Charles Soule. So there could be some big things, and Luke Ross is doing the art. I have no idea if I'm missing out on like big important story stuff. What I'm assuming I'm not missing out on anything by skipping Superior Avengers. So issue 5 came out. I'm not reading Ultimate Wolverine. Someday I want to read Ultimate X-Men. I love the fact that we're at issue 18. I'm really curious about that. Uncanny X-Men. Deadpool and Outlaw visit the Uncanny X-Men. This was a weird episode. Issue. It seems weird. It's like, why is Outlaw here? Basically, Deadpool kind of like hired her to go on whatever this mission thing. But I feel like she's there because Gail Simone likes to care. I don't know. Did Gail Simone create Outlaw? She might have, right? Yeah, I just looked it up. Inez Temple was created by Gail Simone for the series Deadpool and Agent X. She is a mutant with the ability of superhuman strength and uncanny aptitude with firearms. So I feel, and that's fine. She's an interesting character, underutilized, I guess. But it doesn't make sense for her to be here, aside from the fact that Gail Simone wanted to bring her. Great, fine, that's fine. But then the other thing, this is mainly there's like a solo mission for one of the X-Men characters, which I don't think I should give it away. Yeah, but then it's all kind of resolved in this issue. So it was just like a weird. It's almost like a self-contained one-off story, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that, because I hate when we get like the 15-part stories with the one lame villain that I can't stand and it just drags on forever. So there's nothing wrong with having a one-off, and then before you start the next, give us a room to breathe before we jump into the next big epic story arc or whatever. But yeah, so it was all right. I'm still my problem is all the new quote unquote new mutants. I have no attachment to them, so I have no concern or I don't care about them. Wolverine by Chris Claremont with Tom Riley. That seems weird the way it says that on the cover, because it's by Chris Claremont. Because Chris Claremont, he is an X-Men. He's a legendary creator. You can say that. So we got Chris Claremont. He's writing a Wolverine comic. Awesome. That's amazing. But the fact that it says by Chris Claremont with Tom Riley instead of by Chris Claremont and Tom Riley, I feel like they're really trying to elevate Chris Claremont because he's a legend. But then it also feels like they're trying to push down Tom Riley, which is annoying. I mean, I've never met Tom Riley, but I have deep respect for his art. I love his art. He's amazing. So I feel like, I don't know, to me, it kind of bothered me. It seems kind of like an insult, like you're kind of like pushing him down. And it's so hard these days. I mean, but it's like the general consensus, usually unfairly, when you look at comic creators, everyone assumes the writer does like all the writing creative stuff, and then the artist is just drawing the pictures based off of the script. But there are times where there is a collaboration, there is input. The artists may say, "Hey, we should do, or how about this scene? We do this." They play a more active role in creating the issue and the sequence and all that. So it's weird where the general. I feel like the general look is the writer does all the writing aspects, the artist is just doing the pictures. But then here, it's like they really want to drive that home. That no, this story is all Chris Claremont, and then Tom Riley is just drawing the pictures. It seems weird how to do that. So we get this Wolverine, and you can see his costume on the cover. So it's just setting back. It's weird that we have this because we just had the Wolverine and Kitty Pryde, and this is like shortly after that because and you see like Rogue's on a team, so it's right around issue 200. It's probably before 200 because it's probably before Magneto became the quote unquote leader when Professor X left with Lilandra. The trial of Magneto stuff, that was 200, right? And so I feel like this is like in maybe like round one, because Rogue was in the 180s, 181, 182, and or somewhere around there. So I feel like this is maybe before that. I feel like this is like around issues like the 180s, 190s. Okay, and then there's like they mentioned stuff about like Kitty Pryde and like Ogun. Oh, but then the thing that ruins this for me, or really took a lot of the fun away from me, is you got friggin' Sabretooth. Ugh, Sabretooth, such a piece of crap. I can't stand him. He's so stupid. And and then the entire it's not just Wolverine fighting him, and then you got like the X-Men fighting him, and then Sabretooth is just, it's like, how can he take on the entire X-Men? And then we have Wolverines and Deadpool #2. I don't know if it's because you see on the cover, in the clutches of the Shadow King. I don't care for Shadow King. I find him like such an uninteresting character. I feel like he's like so amped up, and I feel like it's like always the same thing. He does these big things. He possesses everyone, whatever, and then he gets defeated somehow, and then he just comes back and does it again. It's like, how is there no one ever defeats him? It's like, is it just not possible to defeat him? That you're gonna break free of his control, but then he's gonna go sulk away, do something, but then he's gonna come back and just do it all over again, like nothing happened. So yeah, you got all this, and it's I don't know if I just wasn't in the mood this week or just whatever, or this month, but it's just I ended up like doing a lot of skimming, and but yeah, I feel like I should like this more than I liked this issue. I just couldn't get into it, and at one point I think Laura's like, oh, we have costumes so we can infiltrate, so we don't stand out. So they basically have matching X-Force, like Deadpool, like the black and gray costumes. So they have one, they brought one for Deadpool and for, it's like, how do you have one for Ellie? It's like, did they even know that Ellie was going to be there? Because, and then they have one, just pull it out of a bag. It's like, how did you have this made? Who made it? Who brought it? So they're all wearing that. Yeah, so you got all that. Then at DC, we had Absolute Superman #10. I flipped through this one. I was like, I just can't get into it. I look at this and there's something about it. I know, and again, my opinion. If you're digging this, that's awesome. That is great. I want people to enjoy this. I want people to, just have a fun time and think this is cool. And, Jason Aaron, he's a cool guy. But I just can't get into it. And it's not just this. It's a lot of the Absolute DC books in general. Just kind of struggling just to get into them. And part of it is just I should say I'm struggling to care about them, and it could just be because I feel like they're, I don't want to say they're unnecessary, but it's like, we have a strong universe, and it's it's the same thing with the Ultimate books at Marvel. I only really like Ultimate Spider-Man. The Ultimates is okay, but that's because it's dealing with the whole story about the Maker and all that. But the other, like Ultimate Wolverine, Ultimate X-Men, Ultimate Black Panther, I'm not reading those, and don't really care about those. So it's kind of the same thing with these absolute books. I do applaud that they are really, really, trying to make them different. So it's not just like, oh, here's the same exact thing, but we're just starting over. So with Absolute Superman, I feel like he is just such a different, or not necessarily different origin, but just his story, different development. I just don't care. It's not what I would want from a Superman story, but maybe some people dig it, and again, that's great. But yeah, I can't really get into it, and I don't know if I should just like stop. Like, why am I still trying? I want to mention it because I'm assuming people are enjoying it, and again, I'm not trying to negate that for you. It's just and maybe something will like catch my eye, like, oh wait, what's going on here? Maybe I should check this out. And I don't know. Same thing with Absolute Green Lantern #5. I'm intrigued with the Black Hand stuff, and I love that we have Joe here, but it's I hate Hector Hammond, and we're not supposed to like him. He's supposed to be kind of like scummy and smarmy, but it's just like he's just so annoying. But again, he's supposed to be, and I'm just like, I don't want to read this because I can't stand this guy. JSA #10. Stuff is moving along. We do have some stuff with Kid Eternity, which is kind of interesting. I'm like, that's it, because I don't really know a whole lot about Kid Eternity, like the past ones. But there's some interesting stuff here. I was like, okay. But then we're like seeing the different, like, where, like, the different heroes, different stuff. They're still like the bad guys are still kind of winning. So the JSA is like slowly making moves to move forward. So there's some interesting stuff there. Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong 2. There's some cool moments here. Like Superman and Lex. They're in I forget what it's called. Not Inner Earth, Other Earth. Where all the Kongs are, and it's interesting because they're on this other alternate place. Superman's not as powerful. He's starting to lose his powers because he doesn't have the yellow sun and everything. And he got some cool Wonder Woman and Supergirl stuff, and Flash is like struggling. Because I would imagine, one of the things is like, what's the Speed Force like on the alternate Earth or whatever? Is it still there? Is he able to still connect to it? And then, he did get shot in the head, grazed or whatever. So there's some cool moments here. Cheetah and Cheshire robbed the Justice League. I have no idea. It's by Greg Rucka and Nicholas Scott. So that right there, I didn't read it, and this was because of time. But now that I see it, it's like, oh wait, there was Greg Rucka and Nicholas Scott. It's like I should have read it. I'm curious. I'm not the biggest Cheetah fan at all. Cheshire, I'm kind of okay with it just because of the Roy Harper connection and all that. But I'm kind of curious, like, how that's going to be. And I don't know. I don't even know. Is this just like a one shot, or is it like a mini series? Batgirl #10. This is okay. There's still this fight going on. Because apparently, I missed it, Lady Shiva is dead, and Cassandra, finds some stuff out, and there's, fighting going on. People, like, after, they want revenge against Lady Shiva, even though she's not there, and yeah, so that's some interesting stuff here. And then, there's this new character that was introduced, I think it was last issue. Secret Six. #6 came out. I am not reading that. Let me know if I should be. Birds of Prey 24. This was good. Kind of bringing the last story arc to a close. There's stuff like with Ink taking over Big Barda, and there's a lot of fighting, and there's some cool moments there. And then that is it. We had Poison Ivy 35. Resurrection Man, there's Teen Titans Go. That is it. That's all I read. So that is going to be comics for the week. All right, let's talk about Squid Game, Season 3, Episode 6, Humans Are. So what that means, this is the final episode. This is the last episode of Squid Game 3. Will there be a Squid Game 4? We can talk about that after. It's it kind of makes me a little, not really sad, but it kind of makes me a little sad. This is the last episode, and I don't know if it's because I've been doing it week by week. So obviously this has taken me 6 weeks to cover this. So you may have watched this episode 6 weeks ago, depending on if you've been. I'm curious. I'm really curious if these shows that all come out, like stuff like this, do you binge them or do you watch little by little? I mean, I don't know what your viewing time slots are or whatever, but I am kind of curious about that, because I feel, as I've said numerous times, I feel bad that when I just do week by week, I feel like I'm doing you a disservice, because if you are a true binging fan, and if it's something like, if you love Squid Game or whatever and you watch it all, then it's like you gotta wait. And I from what I heard, especially like with Andor, some people are like, they want to hear what I have to say about it, and so they I guess they're willing to wait even though they've already watched it. So I'm just curious how that works. But let's just get to it. So like I said, this is the last episode, and I enjoyed the season. Did I love this ending? Well, we can talk about that. I did, but yeah, we'll talk about that. But overall, it was good. I mean, it was kind of crazy. It does make me want to go back and watch the first season, because I feel like maybe, I mean, did I even cover? I don't think I covered the first season, so that might be part of the reason why I don't remember it as much, because maybe I wasn't, not nitpicking, but like, trying to catch every little detail. And because, that's what takes me so long to watch. Because, when I watch these episodes, I give it my full attention. That means, I don't pick up the phone. I don't scroll through stuff. I don't do this or do that. I'm trying to watch every little thing, just in case. Like, who's this character? Are they going to matter later? Or when they make this exchange, they say this, maybe, and a lot of times, I don't know if I'm being overly paranoid. I was like, well, this might be a big deal. Like, and sometimes I get a little suspicious, like, we're probably going to see something about this later. So that's why it just takes me longer to, watch some of this stuff. All right, so let's just jump into it, and we can talk about it at the end. What's next? Is there anything next? What's going to happen? So it starts off. We see June, the detective, Frontman's brother, and Kim, the mercenary guy. They climb onto the speedboat. So the sick girl from the amusement park, her dad's still sitting in pain, because he got shot and everything. They have their rifles ready, and then he's like, "Wait, please, don't. I'm not one of the guards." So he's very lucky they didn't just shoot him right away. But obviously, they need someone alive. So if they just killed everyone, how are they gonna find the island? So he's like, "I was trying to escape. That's why they were chasing me." And June looks at the other like bloody boat, and then he sees that the guy, the girl's dad, is bleeding. So he's like, "Don't move while I check something." So he uses a scanner on the girl's dad's ear. I don't remember where he got it, how he got it, or whatever. And it scans. Maybe it's just a regular scanner, but it says number 246. He's like, "That means you played in those games." And then the girl's dad is like, "Yeah, I just barely got away from there." And then June's like, "From where?" He's like, "Show me." And he points there. So you can just barely make out the island, and because there's like so much fog going on. Back on the island, the VIPs are watching. 333 asks, he's like, he asks if the kid is okay, and 456 nods. "All players, please proceed quickly to the next round." So a platform goes out on the circle, and because remember last time, 333 was like, okay, we're gonna, you got 333, 456. Which our main guy, and then the baby, which I have a hard time calling the baby 222 because it's a new 222. It was the three of them, and then the dude that the others called the lunchbox is all beat up. They broke his leg. 333 is like, we'll take him over and we can kill him, and then the three of us will win. But then I think it was 39. He's like, "I'm not going to be a lunchbox," and he just shoved himself off over the edge. So now there's just 3 players. There's 333, which is the baby's dad, technically, well, I mean, biologically, whatever. 333, the baby, and 456. The platform goes out. 333 goes over first. 456 like rewraps the baby, kind of like fixes the sleeves or whatever, so it makes the sling. And then when 333 gets to the other side, he grabs the pole from the center and he points it at 456 before he can cross. So this is where 456 made a mistake. He shouldn't have let 333 go over first. So he's like, hand the baby over. You're going to stay put. But this is like pretty dumb. And I'm trying to figure out, it's like, okay, what are you thinking here? He's saying, put the baby over here. You're going to stay on that side. You're out of the game. But he needs 456 to come over. Otherwise, that means he has to kill the baby in order for him to win. But I still don't understand what was that weird rule that there can't be just 2. But I guess, because if 456 doesn't cross, if he stays in the middle pillar, they're probably sharpshooters or whoever's going to shoot him. Because he loses because he didn't make it over, right? But VIP one's like, what the hell is he doing? And 456 like, are you sure? It's like, the rules, right? That means in the next round, you're going to have to choose to kill yourself or your own child. And 333 is like, I know that. So 456 is like, don't tell me you'd seriously kill this little child just so you could have the cash all to yourself. And he's like, hand the kid over. The bridge will close in 5 minutes. All players, please proceed to the next pillar in the next 5 minutes. And the timer starts. The lady VIP is like, looks like 333 has found the safest and surest way to win this game. A guard goes up to the front man saying that they need to talk to him for a moment. So then we see 11, guard 11. She's still in the upstairs room or whatever. She grabs a bottle of whiskey. She pours it on the files. She's in an archive room. So she pours alcohol on files, drops a lighter on it, and she's losing blood too because she got stabbed by the manager, the master officer dude. Takes a drink herself, pours the rest in the room. Then she looks back at the shelves. In the arena, 4 minutes remaining. 333 is like, give the kid to me now. 456 takes a couple steps, and then 333 like does the same with like the pole extended. 456 like, if we don't make it across the bridge, you're screwed too. And he's like, then why don't we all die together? So 333, it's like he's kind of losing it. Frontman is told that there's a boat about a kilometer north of there, and according to radar, they're approaching slowly. On the big boat, on the captain's boat, who's no longer there, Kim wraps the girl's dad's wound, and he's like, I called the Coast Guard. I gave them our current location. They'll be here in a couple hours. And the girl's dad's like, I am in your debt. And then June puts on a scuba gear, and Kim's like, are you going to go solo? And June's like, when they arrive, tell the Coast Guard everything. I'll take full responsibility when it's all over. And he's like, well, don't worry about that. Finish what you came here for. On the platform, 333 is like, I said, hand over the baby. 456 is like, I tell you what, I'll let you kill me instead. And he's like, 333 is like, screw you, man. You think I'll buy your BS? The second you're over the bridge, you'll push me off and take the prize money yourself. You said you won before. No wonder. You're good. I almost fell for your stupid little act just now. 456 is like, I meant it. And 333 is like, that's total poop, man. He's like, do you know why I chose to go to this fudging hellhole? Because I was constantly getting screwed over by guys like you. 456 is like, trust me, please. Save yourself and save your child. 333 is like, yeah? Why should I fudging believe you, huh? And 456 like, I made a promise. I swore the child would be safe. He's like, you swore? To who? June-hee? That the baby's mom. And 456 nods. He's like, why were you so obsessed with June-hee? Did you know her outside of here? Did something happen between the two of you? And it's just like, oh my gosh, this guy is just so ridiculous. He's like, yeah, fudge me. He's like, that's why the two of you are so fudging inseparable. It's like 456. I mean, he's in great shape and everything. He's like just about probably almost. He probably is old enough to be. I can't tell. I'm horrible with ages. I think he's old enough to be June-hee's father. So it's like, come on, man. From the start, you two were hiding something. 456 is like, come on. There's no time left. We got to move. Then 333 is like, then quit stalling and put the kid down. Right, fudging now. 11, guard 11, she's looking through an older folder of like the players, or I don't know if it's a personnel folder because she finds her file. So I don't know if it's, I mean, it could be by, I don't know. She finds her file there. 333 and 456 are staring at each other. 456 sighs and starts crouching. He's crouching, and then 330 is like, do it now. It's like, he is, you idiot. So he sets the baby down. Now step back. Further. So 456 is back on a triangle. He's like, further. He's by 203's body, which, with the blade, is still sticking in there. So 333 uses the pole to pick up the baby, and I guess he trusts the sling that it's secure enough. You know, he didn't tie it, so he has to trust that 456 tied it well, because he's going to scoop up the baby rather than go over and pick it up. There's 30 seconds left on the platform timer thing. 333, he's on the circle. He starts to set the baby down. He drops the pole and checks on the baby, which is nice, you know, whatever. 456 squats, pulls out the knife. The 333 picks up the baby. 456 has his eyes locked on 333. 333 looks at him. As the time beeps, the platform starts to retract. 456 runs, and it's when it's about like halfway between the two, it's like extended. He jumps, and then he lands with a roll, and he gets in a crouch stance. And then 333 picks up the pole. He puts the baby down, picks up the pole. I think pretty sure put the baby down. But I mean, it was like an impressive jump and like jump roll and like stand ready. So he's got the blade now. But a blade against a long pole, really long pole. June swimming underwater. He's got a little motor. He reaches the island, like an underground entrance or whatever tunnel thing for submarines. I don't know. They've never seen him use it. Guard 11, she's reading her file while the fire's just getting bigger. So it says, you know, she defected from North Korea alone in 2017. Immediately after defecting, she worked part-time at Seoul Land, Seoul, Seoul Land, as a character performer. And then there's a picture of Kang Nu-el with her husband and daughter. Daughter dead, and she cries. So that's her. All right, because she's Noel, whatever. On the circle pillar, 333 is like, you said you'd sacrifice yourself. Change your mind already? 456 is like, you're not worth that much. So 333 grunts, jabs and swings a pole. He hits 456 on the side, but not too hard. Because, I mean, the pole's so long, it's kind of hard to swing. 456 slashes but misses. 333 kicks him, knocks him down. He swings the pole down, but 456 rolls out of the way. He gets up, but 333 slings the pole. He hits him his wrist, and the blade falls out of his hand. So they're struggling with the pole. Please press the button at the center of the pillar to begin the final round. They both have a grip on the end of the pole. 456 like pulls it forward. So 333 falls forward. They both like land at the edge. The pole falls. 333 turns, scrambles for the knife. 456 grabs him from behind, picks him up, and like punches him in the face. 456 manages to get the blade. 333 scrambles, picks the baby up, and holds her over the edge and yells, "Stay the fudge away! If you get near me, then I'll drop the kid. I swear." And 456 is like, "Don't do it. Don't, please." It's like, "You fudging think I won't do it?" The baby's crying now. "I'll just let go." And he starts sobbing. "I'll do it." He's like, "Throw the knife here." It lands like halfway between them. "Move away." 456 takes a step back. "Further than that." 456 starts like taking his jacket off. And then 333 sets the baby down, scrambles for the blade. 456 wraps his wrist with the jacket. 333 charges with the blade, thrusts the blade, and 456 blocks it. But 333 still manages to like slash it at 456's side. He comes at him again with a knife like over his head, screaming. 456 blocks it with the wrapped arm, but the blade must like go into his arm, like his forearm. So he yells in pain, but he grabs 333's wrist. 456, his face gets like serious. He's like looking at it now. The blade is pulled out, but then they both go over the edge. But 456 managed to grab like a piece of rebar, like at the top edge. It was kind of like chipped or whatever. So he's hanging on his bar. 333 is hanging onto him, but he has like a grip on a jacket. And 456 is holding the jacket with his other arm. But it's starting to become loose and unraveled. And 456 he's still holding onto the jacket, even though his wrist was just stabbed and is bleeding. So his arms got to be killing him. He's holding this jacket. He could just drop it, let 333 goes, but he's still holding onto it. But then the sleeve starts ripping. 333 stares, he stares at it. It starts coming apart, and then he falls. Thud. 333 eliminated. The problem is, they never started the friggin' round. And he finally lets go of the jacket. If they would have pushed that button, then it's settled. Someone died. But still, the VIPs watch. Then one sees, but it's like, this was kind of silly because they see someone's climbing back up. The lady VIP gasped. It's like, it's 456. It's like, who else would it be? They just announced that 333 was eliminated. Another VIP is like, no one's ever won twice before, right? The baby's like actually on the edge, like, where it was set down. 456 looks at the button in the center. On the boat, girl's dad and the Kim mercenaries sit. They hear sirens, or I think it was sirens. Coast Guard ship is approaching. There's a drone in the air above, and it turns out they have drones too because it has a square triangle circle under. So everyone has drones. A guard tells a front man the Coast Guard is there. June comes up after going through the tunnel. He's out of the water. In the archive room, 11's file burns. She's sitting in the main room now, like on a fancy sofa. She has her rifle, like in her lap. 456 walks toward the center, steps on the button. The final round has begun. You now have 10 minutes. 11 puts the rifle barrel under her chin, and her finger goes to the trigger. 456 picks up the baby. He stands in front of the VIPs. 11, so it keeps like cutting. 11 closes her eyes, and she hears a baby crying. She opens her eyes, and she sees 456 with the baby on the screen. So I guess there's sound or whatever. June, he's out of his scuba gear, locks and loads. He's got his rifle, climbs up a ladder. Now there's somehow 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. So it's like about almost 7 minutes have gone by. 456 continues standing and staring. Drunk VIP is like, what are you waiting for? 456? Just ended already. Another VIP is like, I get it. Some goodbyes take time. Front man's watching. 456 just stands and stares. And, he was like right at the edge. He looks at the baby. He turns around. He squats down, kisses her forehead, holds her to his chest, then sets her down and stands. The VIPs all put their binoculars down. 456 whispers, we are not horses. I forgot who said that. Someone said something about horses. We are not horses. We are humans. And humans are. And then he leans back, spreads his arm, falls. The VIPs all stand watching. Baby 222 sleeping. Player 456 eliminated. And then 11 releases her finger from the trigger. Front man looks down at like the game display. The game has ended. And a mass manager comes up to him. The Coast Guard ship is approaching the island. And he's like, start the evacuation. So he goes to council. Alarm goes off. All personnel, please halt your duties and immediately assemble at the evacuation point. I repeat, this is an emergency. It keeps going. Front man opens his little panel like on the console in the corner. There's like he puts a key in there, turns something. Panel slides out from the bottom. There's a switch with a big red button under this plastic case. There's also like a timer display above it. Timer goes to 30 minutes, and then he presses the button. So it's self-destruct. June is still climbing the ladder. He stops when he sees like a timer with a countdown. I think there's like explosives in the tunnels. Just like it's not like sticks of dynamite, but C4 or something on there with the timer. He thinks for a moment, then he continues up. It's like, he better get going. 11 picks up a mask. So it's like, first of all, is it her mask or is it the masked officer's? She drags his body out of the elevator so the doors are closed. She enters with a mask on. So it must be his because electronic voice is like, identity confirmed. Because only his mask would work on the elevator. Which seems like really poor security. It's like only the masked officer or whatever can use this. But, knock him on the head, take his mask, and you got access. I guess the same thing if you take someone's key, whatever. So front man walks over to 456's body. He takes off his hood and mask, and then he walks away. June makes it to the top, climbs out, sees a screen behind him. Front man, his brother, without the mask, he rises to the top of the center pillar. So he's probably going to get the baby, right? For some reason, June shoots the screen. I guess there's like a door or something behind it, so he slides it open. Front man walks over to baby, bends down, picks her up. June is walking around with the rifle. He's not finding much. Everyone's like evacuated. He ends up in a VIP room, so they're all gone. He sees his brother, shoots the glass. Front man turns to look at him. June aims a rifle, breathes heavy. And front man turns to go to like the elevator platform thing. June yells his name. In-ho! I think that's how you say it. He's like, why? Why'd you do it? The platform starts to go down because he's holding a baby. He's like, he's not going to shoot him. In-ho! And we see like cars and or minivans or whatever. They got on this big ferry. Guards are still wearing their costumes while they're in like the minivans and that. 11's is on one of them in one of the cars. So she's evacuating with them. 30 seconds left. Shots at different locations. So this part was kind of sad in a way. It's like, this is it. The place is going to go up. We see like the stair room, the red light girl, the close up of like 456 eyes and his body still on the ground. And then a voice starts counting down from like 10, 9, 8, whatever. And we see like in 456 eyes, like the flames reflected as the place starts going up. So 456's body is just going to be left there. Going to all just like burn. That's it. He's gone. And that's one of the things I didn't like about the ending is 456 didn't make it. He sacrificed himself for his baby. June pops up out of the water in a scuba. So he must have turned around. I don't know how he had time to. It took him like 10 minutes to climb the ladder. He sees a Coast Guard ship. When we see someone walking down the hall with like a flashlight, shoots a lock open, and then there's stacks of cash. So it's at 456 that hotel. So it's like, wait, who's this? Then it's like 6 months later at that amusement park. Girl's dad's back to doing his drawing of people like caricature, or they're not characters, like sketches, like legit sketches. And we see 11 and her civilian guys is sitting in front of him. And it looks like he's like close to finish. I mean, he's just doing like a sketch or whatever. And then he's like, mind if I ask you a question? You from Bong Chian Dong or around here? And she's like, I'm not. He's like, before now, was there some other time that I drew your caricature? And she's like, no, why? He's like, I just feel like we've met before, which is kind of silly. Because there's no way he would know because she wore a mask the entire time. I've seen you. I said, I didn't mean for that to sound weird or anything like that. And she's like, I used to work here a little while ago. He's like, oh yeah, that's it. I just couldn't shake the feeling that I knew you. Then his little daughter runs up and she's like, the bunny and me got a photo together. So she shows him on her phone. It was like, why does she have a phone? This kid's like 4 years old. She got a big old like smartphone. And then 11, she's like, hello, Na Yan, or whatever her name is. And she's like, hello, how are you? Like very polite. She's been probably, instructed, trained or whatever. And the dad's like, how do you know Na Yan? And then 11's like, when I was working here, I heard about her illness. And he's like, I see. And then 11's like, she looks better now. And he's like, she is. Thanks to everyone's help, she's getting a lot better. 11 reaches in her pocket and gives the girl like this big star lollipop. Thank you very much. And 11's like, you just keep getting strong now. Okay. 11 gets up. And he's like, hey, wait, your portrait's not done yet. And she's like, I'll come back later. But it's like, did she pay already? The little girl's like, Daddy, can you open this? So he opens her lollipop. It's like, there's a new bunny now. Because I think she was dressed in a bunny. 11 goes to her car. Her phone buzzes. It's that broker dude. He's like, why'd you change your number? And he's like, do you know how hard it was for me to track you down? And she's like, who's this? He's like, forgot my voice already? That kind of hurts. It's Parkman Chow. Remember? From South Men, North Women? The guy helping you look for your daughter? She slams on her brakes because she's like driving in the parking lot. He's like, now, don't freak out, okay? Someone said they might have seen your daughter in China. It hasn't been totally confirmed yet, but I got to say, a lot of the details do line up. Her name's Han Song-yi or something like that, right? And Noelle, are you, or no, whatever you say, however her name is. Are you listening to me? Then it cuts to Moon Penitentiary, or that dude Choi, he's being released. June's outside with his buddy that was like waiting in the van that fell asleep. So they're driving. Choi eats, they give him some food. He's like, oh, this is good. The friend says that there's this place that makes like handmade tofu or something like that. And then Troy's like he says to his buddy, he's like, oh, you think good food can erase what you did? He's like you messed up and got me thrown in jail. He apologizes. June tells him to chill. He's like, he's out now. He looks good. And Troy's like, yeah, 6 months in there basically felt like a vacation. Prison's changed, since back in the day. And June's like, so what's next? And Troy's like, I can't say. He's like, my life revolved around looking for that the Kaji guy, whatever, what was the recruiter, whatever they call him. He's like, but now that that's done, he scoffs. He's like, I'm kind of lost. Back to square one. He's like, how about you, Detective Huang? He's like, you serious after all that poop? And Troy's like, yeah, I guess not. And he's like, hey, you want to work together? June gives him a look. He's like, hey, so money lending isn't so bad. When you look at it, you're just making money at the same time as helping people who are in need. And then his friend's like, that's not exactly true. You're not exactly helping those people at all. And then Troy's like, you poophead. And June's like, dude, can't be a loan shark without money. And Troy's like, yeah, money sure is nice. You sure it's gone, all that money in the hotel? And June's like, yeah, there was nothing left by the time I got there. Troy's like, who could have taken it? Like, the only one who knew about it he's like, wait a minute. What if it's Song? I think that's 456, right? And June's like, I sure hope it was. June enters his apartment. He's surprised to find a bassinet and baby 222 still wrapped in the jacket. It looks new. And it's wearing this head doily thing, but it's a number 222 jacket, but it's not the bloody whatever one. And there's this black envelope with a bow. It reads a little card. There's a gold card with a circle, triangle, square. The back says player 222 winner. And then she looks up at him. There's also a gold credit card with Jun Ho on it. So that's his name. So he's got the credit card. I guess he's officially the baby's guardian now. Later he goes ATM, ballots inquiry, processing. Enter your 4-digit PIN. How does he thinks about it, looks at the card. Again, it says player 222 winner. So he pushes 0222. It works. Balance 45,600,000,000 won, which is 32,775,102. So almost 33 million USD. And he scoffs. At the airport, this is where I had to look some people up. We see Sai Bayak's mom arrive. So she's from season 1, 67, who we saw her ghost or whatever. Sang Woo's mother's there. So she was the runner-up in the first game, who I guess killed herself. I don't remember that. Chiol is there. Sai Bayak's younger brother is Chiol. He bows to her. And she's like, oh, you're getting bigger than me now. And he's like, I'm sorry it took me so long. And because I guess we did see the kid. I don't know how I for some reason, I thought that it was June's, or not June. I thought it was 456's son, but it was really the girl's, or whatever, brother, who she wanted, whatever. So, She hugs him while she's sobbing. And then that Mr. Park guy who talked to 11, he's there to help with the reunion, whatever, because that's what he does. And then he sees 11 on an escalator. So other part of the airport, 11 goes to a ticket agent. She's going to Yanji, China. So after she checks in, gets her boarding pass, whatever, her phone buzzes. She's like, who is this? And he's like, it's Park Man Chol from South Men, North Women. Is today the day you're flying out? And she's like, yes, I'm leaving now. He's like, I see. Sorry, I'm not there. I had some other work to take care of. I've arranged it so someone will be waiting for you at the airport in Yanji. So there's nothing to worry about. And she's like, okay. And he's like, have a safe flight. Remember to call me if there's anything else I can do for you. And she's like, I will. He's like, hey, I hope you actually find her. And she's like, thank you, Mr. Park. Troy and his buddy, they stand outside the Pink Hotel, and Troy's like, not bad, right? We're going to fix this place up. It'll be fancier than a hotel in the Las Vegas Strip. There's tons of bars and karaoke places around here. We'll get rich quick. His friend's like, yeah, but it'll be crazy expensive to renovate. And he's like, it'll be cheaper if we do it ourselves. So now they're walking inside. He's like, instead of hiring contractors, he's like, you can paint, can't you? And his buddy's like, totally, I'm a pro. I could do wallpaper too. then he talks about, he tells Troy tells his buddy, he's like, you can run the place as head manager. And his friend's like, well, how many people do you plan to hire? And he's like, oh, it'd be just you. So it's like, what? Then he takes him to the room where the money was stacked. And Troy, he's like, yeah, some jerk took all the money, of course, wiped the security footage. His buddy says that, it could have been a detective. Troy thinks for a second, but then he laughs. He's like, he's not shady enough to get away with that. His buddy's like, well, them two were the only ones who knew about the money. It's like, besides poor, Mr. Song. And he's like, obviously, but he's like, who the hell took it? Then it cuts to Los Angeles, United States. It's funny, he says Los Angeles, not Los Angeles, California, it's Los Angeles, United States. This black SUV pulls up to house. Someone in a black suit gets out. It's like, who could it be? Rings a bell. This girl's like, you hear someone's like, oh, I think the pizza's here, I'll get it. It's front man. He's at the door. He's in the suit. And he's like, is this where Miss Seong Ga Yang lives? So it's 456's daughter. She's like, I'm Gao Yang. Who are you? And he's like, I'm an acquaintance of your father's. I have a gift. I was instructed to bring you, Miss. And he has like a black box with a pink square, triangle, circle, whatever. One of our friends calls out from the other rooms. Like they call her Jenny. She's like, Jenny, it's your turn. She's like, I'll be right there. So she says, front man, is that box for my dad? Did he send you here so he could see how I was doing? You know what? You could tell him that I stopped waiting to hear from him a long time ago. I'll pretend my dad doesn't exist and he could forget about me too. So she moves to close the door and front man's like, these were your father's belonging. Mr. Song Gi Han has passed away. Before he died, he left these things for you, Ga Yang. She opens the screen door when she realizes her dad's dead now. Because she didn't really mean what she said. She takes the box. He bows and leaves. So inside, the door, she opens the box. It's his jacket. It's been washed, but still has some, blood stain on there, like on the number. There's a black card with a bow. She opens it. Gold credit card with Seong Ji-hun's name. But it's like, wait, how's she going to use it? I don't understand how it works. And is she going to know the number? Is she going to know the PIN code? She runs to the door, but the SUV is pulling away. Then the SUV with front man stops at a stoplight. He lowers a window. There's a man in the alley doing that card slap betting game. The recruiter here, and this is what annoys me, is this got spoiled for me like day 2, the day or like when it came out. The recruiter here is Cate Blanchett. So after she wins, she slaps the guy, and then she looks over and she makes eye contact with front man. The slap guy is like, all right, let's go again. And she's like, as you wish. Front man kind of looks down. SUV pulls away. And that's the end. So basically, she's from the U.S. version of Squid Game. Did she recognize him? Not necessarily. Doubt it. It's possible. Will we get a Squid Game 4? Will there be a U.S. version? If so, that's what I kind of heard. Like, there's something like U.S. version, and I don't think people were too happy about that. It won't be as good, but you never know. Maybe it could be. Maybe it could be. I don't know. Maybe it'll higher budget. I mean, so that's it. It's over. But these shows, these seasons, they were good. The games were crazy, and there's a lot of tension and just a lot of characters that you start to not necessarily get attached to, but there's all these people. Obviously, everyone's going to get killed off, and it's crazy. So that's it. That's the end. I enjoyed it, and I think, as I know I mentioned this before, I thought I heard people saying that like the season was a little uneven. I thought they were all good. I enjoyed all the episodes. So I don't know. Some people just get too uptight, or who knows. But that was it. So Squid Game's over. It's just so the problem I have is 456, because you want him to win, but I guess he sacrificed himself, and it's just a bummer that he never got to reconcile with his daughter, and she's gonna have no idea the things that he did, that he was basically a good guy, She has, no clue. She thinks he's just like, deadbeat. So it's a bummer, but that is it. That is Squid Game. All right, now let's go to Dexter Resurrection, season 1, episode 4. This was an interesting episode, and I was surprised. There's like a bunch of people that like pop up, that show up. I knew a couple of them were somehow going to turn up because they were apparently at Comic-Con. Because I saw these 2 actors, and I was like, why are they hanging out with Dexter? What does this mean? So I don't know when that was announced. Somehow I avoided it, but obviously, I mean, aside from the one Instagram post, that I don't even know who posted it. But let's just get started. So this is Call Me Red. It starts off where Dexter's sitting in Red's chair, and he's wearing his hoodie, his cap, his glasses, and he has his like selfie camera pointed at himself, and his face can't be seen. It's just like this big, white, bright blob or whatever. So he turns off the hoodie, asks Harry what he thinks. He's like, I don't think you should go. And Dexter's like, I meant about the outfit. And Harry's like, it could be a trap. He's like, we used to bait suspects like this all the time. And Dexter's like, Red said that this was with his bloody driver's licenses. It's like the police would have arrested him, not left him a secret admirer note. He's like, come on. Trophies, similar passions, like-minded individuals. It's a dinner party for serial killers, and all-you-can-eat buffet for the dark passenger. Harry's like, what if they don't believe you're Red? And Dexter's like, Red didn't leave much to believe in. There's no pictures here, no online presence. Every time he went outside, he wore all of this. It says thumbprint required for entry, but it didn't say it has to be mine. Then the oven timer goes off. So he made some sort of like thumbprint film from a mold to put on his thumb. So he puts it over his thumb. He like wets it with some liquid and like kind of brush some other stuff. So he has it like over his thumb. And he's like, Dexter's like, oh, who's got a fake print and passes for Red? This guy. Then Harry like shakes his head, and Dexter's like, I just need one of Red's trophies. Harry's like, I can't stop you from going, son, but I can urge you to be more careful. He's like, I'm tired of being careful. And he's like, there's only been one other known serial killer meetup. And Dexter's like, the pig farmer supposedly had other serial killers out to his farm in the Pacific Northwest. And Harry's like, for a grotesque orgy of sex and carnage. What if it's like that? What if they want to kill together? What if they want... And Dexter's like, okay, your 20 questions are over. I promise if this is too good to be true, I'll be prepared. And he holds up like a box cutter. It's like, okay, yeah, how are you going to get that in there? Harrison, puts on his like clip-on tie at his work locker. Elsa comes in, and she comments on his dour look. She says as a tip killer, he has to work in his customer service face. And his phone buzzes a jewelry repair place. The watch is ready. He's like, oh, I'm tied up at work. And they're like, well, we can drop it off. What's the guest's name? And he's like, well, I'll come and get it. So Dexter is walking through the park. He wonders if Red ever regretted his lonely path. His car pulls up. It's Charlie, Uma Thurman. She rolls down the window. Ronald Schmidt? And he's like, call me Red. Name of the episode. And then he thinks, he's like, first test passed. So he moves towards the back, and she chuckles. She's like, not on your life, up front. At first, I was like, she's, doesn't want him sitting in the back because, it's not like she's his Uber driver or whatever. But then it's like, no, he kills people, that he's a passenger for. So she's like, no, you're not sitting behind me. She's like, this isn't your car, Mr. Dark Passenger. And then she shows that she has like a gun under her coat. And he's like, looks like someone came prepared. So they drive. And he's like, so are you the friend? And she's like, no, I just left the invitation. And he like takes off his sunglasses. And she's like, what'd you think when you found it in your sorcery card binder? At first I was like, was it a sorcery card? And I guess it was, because I part of me is like, is she gonna say the wrong thing? Like say, oh, in your Pokemon folder, and it really wasn't, because obviously he got it, whatever. So she's like, what'd you think when you found it? He's like, I was spooked at first, almost left town, but the money was nice. And she's like, money always changes everything. And then Dexter's like, so how'd you figure out it was me? And she's like, you were a tricky one. Not a single photo online, but I have my ways. Only took me 3 weeks. And then he thinks, only took me 3 days. So he says to her, he's like, impressive. And she's like, He's like, so can you give me any heads up about this meeting? And she's like, nope. Then this night, they arrive at this fancy place, keypad to open the door, another keypad inside. At an elevator, there's like a sensor. He's like, time to put my DIY thumbprint to the test. And she's like, not so fast. Spread them. So she searches them, and he's like, there's a box cutter in my sock. I didn't know what I was walking into. Still don't, actually. She puts it in her pocket, continues frisking him. She pulls out a license from his coat pocket, looks at it. He's like, I would have brought a bottle of wine, but the invitation said trophy. But it's almost like, does she have a look of disgust on her face? So she hands it back to him, takes his cap off, glances at it, then nods to the thumbprint thing. He tries it. It beeps. Tries again. It beeps. And he looks at his thumb. It's not going to work, right? He's like, it's sweaty. So he kind of like wipes it on his chest. I don't know if he lightly blew it, like if she saw or heard. It's like, you're going to blow on your thumb. He pushes it again. Long pause. Green light. And he thinks red is in. But what has he got himself into? So they get into the elevator. He puts his hand on his chest. I'm not really sure what, like, is having chest pains or whatever. Elevator opens. Fancy rug. Lots of lights. Fireplace. And this is just like a hallway. He's like, definitely not a pig farm. So she's like, time to meet the man at the manor. And I had no idea. It's Peter Dinklage. So he's like, Ronald Schmidt, welcome. And Dexter thinks, he's like, not exactly the man at the manor I expected. Charlie's like, he prefers red. So Peter Dinklage is like, red, I cannot express how excited I am to meet you. Leon Prater. And I see you've met Charlie. Dexter's like, yes, I have. She's very... And he's like, direct? I know. I couldn't survive without her. I am so thrilled you accepted my invitation. I didn't know what to expect, given your elusive identity. I've been hosting this gathering for years. I know how unnerving it can be for someone like you to be found, but your secrets are safe with me. This is a safe place for people like you. And he thinks, like you? And he says to him, he's like, are you not like me? And he's like, me? Oh, he laughs. He's like, goodness, no. I'm just a huge fan. I couldn't presume to have the skill set or imagination to do what you and the others do. And Dexter's like, so there are others? On their way. Come. I like a little one-on-one time with my new friends before the night escapes us. Let me show you around. Charlie follows. They go into like the wine cellar area. And Dexter's like, so what is it you do? And he's like, wow, you really are that off the grid? And Dexter's like, computer repair leaves little time for news. So Peter Dinklage is like, I wear many hats. Most days, I'm a venture capitalist, focused on incubating and curating startups. Dexter's like, fancy. At the end of the day, all I really do is bring the best, most passionate people together. Charlie's like, I'll take my leave of you gentlemen. So she leaves them alone. So Prater's like, Charlie does not appreciate what I'm about to show you. So he takes a bottle out of wall, and then he's like, press that button. There's like a little button at the top or whatever thing. So the shelf of bottles like slides, and it reveals like a vault door. Enters a code in the pad. It starts moving open. I want you to show you one of my dearest passions. Dexter's like, clowns? There's like a mannequin in a clown suit. And he's like, Pogo the clown. And then Dexter gets a flash. At first, like, how is he getting a flash of this? It's not his memory, whatever. And he moves forward. And he's like, oh, John Wayne Gacy? And he sees, he looks over, sees a sign on a fridge. Jeffrey Dahmer, a.k.a. Milwaukee Cannibal. And he opens the door. There's still like blood stains. There's like some dark stuff at the bottom. And Dexter's like, holy spit. And then he's like, you really like serial killers. I pride myself on finding the best of the best in every field. So why not death? Death is such a natural, necessary part of life. Every second, millions of cells die, shedding diseased parts of ourselves to make room for new cells. So they walk around, they see like other stuff on display. And he's like, rebirth, growth, life, a million little deaths that keep us healthy. He's like, this was the New York Rippers, a man who terrorized the streets I once played on as a child, highly prolific, never caught. Dexter's like, it must be nice. This memorabilia, these trophies. And then there's a chair that says Ted Bundy, and Dexter thinks he's like, Harry would have found it disgusting. And then there's like Charles Manson's guitar, and he's like, here, they're celebrated. So Prater's like, Arthur Mitchell, the infamous Trinity killer. And there's like a hammer in a case, and Dexter has a flashback to using, probably wasn't the same hammer, but he used a hammer on when he killed the Trinity killer, John Lithgow. He's like, which was actually a misnomer. Did you know that he killed in fours? Dexter's like, killed in fours? And then he's like, you don't say. And then Prater's like, bought those from an FBI agent with a gambling problem. This light goes on, and Dexter's blood slides in the cases are on display. And he's like, I've missed you, friends. So he runs his fingers over the top, and Prater's like, please don't touch. And he's like, sorry. He like laughs. And he whispers, he's like, it's quite a collection. And Prater's like, the ever-expanding collection. That is a table where the ice truck killer took his own life. Dexter thinks back, but no, so ice truck killer was Dexter's brother. He didn't take his own life. Dexter killed him. And he's like, maybe if Brian Moser had someone to talk to, someone like himself, he would still be with us today. And then we see like Dexter kill him, and he like sobs because he didn't want to do it. And he's like doubtful because his brother is just horrible. And he's like, a gift from one of my guests, Rapunzel. You'll meet him tonight. And Dexter's like, great, I get to meet Ponytail Guy because there's like ponytails hanging. And over here is someone else you'll meet tonight. And he's like, is that? Severed tattoo sleeve from the tattoo collector. I've set aside a spot for you. That is, if you're willing to part with a trophy. And Dexter's like, right, the trophy. Takes out the license he brought. Leanne takes a handkerchief to take it. He's like, Tyler Day, you're first. I am honored. And then there's a little sign that says Dark Passenger. And there's like a little, like a shelf like thing, whatever, to put the license in there. Dexter's like, I'm surprised you keep all this evidence around. Are all your other guests okay with it? They trust me, and 5 inches of solid steel behind this limestone. And if anyone were to put in the wrong code just once, he enters the wrong code. A loud alarm goes off. Dexter has to cover his ears. You hear Charlie comes in with a gun. Charlie will take care of the problem. He turns off the alarm. Just a demonstration. Tell security to stand down. And she's like, understood. And then she's like, you hear her on the phone. Like I said, your secrets are safe with me. Dexter's like, I know it takes one to know one, but this guy's fudging nuts. And Charlie's like, oh, Mia's here. Thank you, Charlie. You're going to love Mia. Dexter's like, time to see what's on the buffet. So who is Mia? This is one I saw in an image. Kristen Ritter. And she's like looking at the wines. And she's like, someone has really stepped up their wine game. And a certain renowned sommelier gave me some pointers. So I was like, what the heck is sommelier? I guess it's like a wine person, snob, or whatever, expert. She's like, I'm glad I'm earning my keep. And he's like, you haven't seen the best yet. And she's like, shut up. He's like, Whispering Oaks, 1883. It's been breathing for half an hour. 1883? That's crazy. And she's like, oh, ooh la la. You sure know how to show a girl a good time. And who's the new guy? This is Red, best known as the Dark Passenger. And she's like, ah, yes, a star in the headlines lately. Dexter's like, don't believe everything you read. And then Prater's like, Red, I assume you're familiar with Mia's work, widely known as Lady Vengeance, and she's notorious for taking out sexual predators. And Dexter's like, predators? Does she have a code? He's like, nice to meet you. And Prater's like, I have work to do here. I will leave you two to chat. And then, so he like heads over to another part of the like kitchen area. He's like, care for a glass, Mr. Passenger? He's like, call me Red. Again, name of the episode. I'm still getting used to that Dark Passenger thing. And she's like, yes, the press fixation with nicknames is absurd. Lady Vengeance? If I were a guy, I wouldn't be Sir Vengeance. And she opens a cabinet and she stands there looking at Dexter. And she's like, grab a couple. So it's like she's making him grab them. So he sees this big thing of meat like getting prepared. He's like, this is getting better and better. But at this point, I was like, remember when Charlie with her was looking at the menu? I was like, watch that he's supposed to be a vegan or something. So they go into the other room. They talk about like the different furnishings and artifacts that Prater has. She says Prater likes to own things and people, so she pours and she makes a toast to rich people and the wine they collect. Dexter kind of takes a big like gulp, and she sighs. She's like, "You're drinking it wrong." And he's like, "I didn't know there was a right way to drink something." She's like, "Well, first of all, did you like it?" He's like, "It was fine." So she's quiet. She's like, "The key to enjoying wine is understanding it. The glass you're drinking was bottled while Mark Twain was alive. Its very existence is a miracle." He's like, "Huh." She's like, "Now, try again, but take your time." So he takes like a slow, smaller sip. "Well, what'd you think?" And he whispers like, "It's pretty tasty." She's like, "It better be. Bottle costs $4,000. And he's like, mm. So master sommelier by day, lady vengeance by night. She's like, "I'm a real Renaissance woman." Dexter chuckles. Then this guy comes out of the elevator talking loudly like on FaceTime. He's like, "You scored a goal? That's great, sweetie. Okay, listen, I gotta go. Love to you and Mom, okay? All right, bye." Mia stands, and he's like, "Mama Mia," and she sings, "Here we go again." They hug. Dexter's like, "This feels more like a class reunion than a dinner with killers." So she's like, "Al, meet Red." And he's like, "Hey, get in here, big guy." Gives him a hug. And Dexter's like, "So, you got a kid?" He's like, "Oh, yeah. I got a whole litter of them." And Mia's like, "Actually, the last time I saw you, I think Bonnie was still pregnant." He's like, "Yep. Our sweet angel Mabel was born last July. Every day has been a gift." He shows like a family picture on his phone. He has 2 daughters. They might be twins. So 2 daughters, a little son, and then like the baby. Dexter's like, "This guy has a thriving family. My son doesn't even know I'm alive." And she's like, "Ah, babies are that cute. Make me wish I had one." But then I remembered they pooped their pants. So, and he's like, "Yeah, they do poop a lot." Yeah. Dexter's like, "So how do you have space for both family and this?" Al's like, "I gotta admit, I feel guilty when I leave, but these little business trips are good for me and the family. Gives me a chance to take care of my needs so I can better show up for my family. It's not selfish, it's self-care." Dexter's like the flight attendant says, "Affix your own masks first." And Al's like, "Plus my wife enjoys the hefty Prater bonus, but the best thing is the time I get to spend with this group. You know, it's not natural for people like us to gather. You saw the vault." Dexter's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm the," soft chuckle, "I'm the ponytail guy. You know, I just knew that there'd be a place where we could belong, believe, become, right?" Elevator dings. Who walks out of the elevator? Just, I had no idea. Neil Patrick Harris. I love him. He steps out, and so his name's Lowell. He's like, "What up, Rapunzel? You big tub of poop?" Gives him a hug. He's like, "How are you?" And he's like, "Hey, Mia." And he's like, "You know you want to." He extends his arm, and she doesn't move. He's like, "Fist bump, okay." She didn't want to hug him. And then Dexter is like, "Hey, heard there may be a new guy. Welcome to the freak show." And Dexter's like, "No place I'd rather be." Then we see Angel Batista. He knocks on an apartment door. This dude answers smoking or something like that. It's I guess I didn't realize it is Lance. I didn't realize it was Lance right away because he looks taller or bigger. I don't know. So he's like, "Yo, Postmates." Angel holds up his badge. It's like, "I thought you retired. Why do you have a badge?" So the guy coughs. He's like, "Poop." And Angel's like, "Yeah, I need to speak with Jim Lindsay." And he's like, "Who?" "Jim Lindsay, the owner of the blue and white truck across the street." And he's like, "Nah, that's mine. I just bought it." "From Jim?" He's like, "No, my buddy Harrison." And then Batista's like, "Harrison Morgan?" So Dexter listens to the banter. He's got the smile. It's like he's loving it. Lowell's like, "Do you send them away or do you sharpen them yourselves?" I was like, No. I was like, "I got a stone. I've got a disc. I got a belt grinder in my shop that I can just kind of whip it around." And Mia's like, "Oh, you can do it yourself?" He's like, "Yeah, it's very easy." Then this other guy comes in, Gareth, played by David Dasmalchian. So this guy, man, he's in everything. So he was Grathan in Murderbot, who I didn't like. He was with Interview with the Devil. He's the Polka Dot Man, Suicide Squad. This guy's in everything. So he comes in, he's like, "Apologies, I had trouble attaining a ride share." And Lowell's like, "You have so anything to do with that, Red?" Dexter chuckles. So Al's like, "Gareth, he's a Gemini killer. Hey, buddy, catch up with us on your year." And Gareth's like, "I'd rather not." And Lowell's like, "Oh, Gare Bear, my guy, trying not to be such a stereotype. Meet the guy voted most likely to become a serial killer in his high school yearbook."
Al's like, well, truth be told, I was a bit peculiar back then too. So, and Lowell's like, guilty. And Mia's like, oh, for sure. Dexter, he actually chimes in. He's like, I felt like an alien because I wanted to kill people. Al chuckles. He's like, yep. He's like, I like you right off the bat. Mia's like, I do too. And Dexter sees Harry like kind of standing behind this like stained glass window. Like it's not stained, like a frosted window. Like, I don't know, whatever. So he's like, he's there, but not there. And then Dexter's like, excuse me, please. And he offers his chair to Gareth. So Dexter goes over to like the drink table, and Harry's like, pops out, whatever, in his mind. He's like, if I didn't know any better, I'd think I was watching some kind of boogeyman club. He's like, you still gonna kill these guys, right? Dexter's like, I don't even have concrete proof. Remember that whole code thing you taught me? Harry's like, I also taught you not to play with your food. So then Prater tells them, dinner is served. So they sit. Al asks, is Keith coming? So that's the guy that Charlie killed at the ATM. Prater's like, he's not coming. He's like, we have one rule here. Never turn on the group. Unfortunately, Keith chose not to abide by it. And then Charlie hands him like Keith's bat. My rules are made for your safety, not your punishment. The Canton Clubber's bat will join my collection, as he no longer has any use for it. And everyone's like kind of down, whatever. Dexter's like, so this buffet can bite back. Prater's like, but on the bright side, we still have so much to be thankful for. Welcome, Red. We're so grateful to have you here. And toast, 2 new friends. And Dexter's like, thank you for letting me in. So Dexter drinks some wine. Then he looks at like the lamb chops, pork, whatever it is, like huge pork loins. I don't know, huge portions, like, and then Prater, he lifts Dexter's like metal cover, whatever the thing is called, and he's like, pan-seared cauliflower with Japanese turnip medallions in a sweet potato puree. And Dexter's like looks at him, and Prater's like, Charlie found the vegan products and cookbooks in your apartment. And Dexter's like, oh, so see, I was right when she said the vegan menu. And then Prater's like, good news, there's more where that came from. And Lowell, you hear Lowell in the background, like, I'm glad I didn't have lunch. So Dexter like finishes his plate, like, mops up all, the last piece or whatever. Lowell opens a cabinet with a TV, and Dexter's like, what's happening? Prater's like, highlight of the evening. So Lowell says that he wanted to try something new, so he put together a little multimedia presentation for them. And Dexter thinks, he's like, oh, now are we about to watch a vacation slideshow? And then Mia like quietly says to Dexter, if he puts on a vacation slideshow, permission to light myself on fire. Lowell's like, tonight, I'm letting you all in on my process. As most of you know, I've always had a deep connection to tattoos, and lately, this artist has been doing some real interesting work. It's about the right piece on the right person. This is Jules. I've been following her journey for weeks now. Mia whispers to Dexter, like, if this mother trucker ever tried to poop on me, I'd make him eat his own eyeballs. Lowell's like, her 14-year-old dog recently passed, so Jules decided to get some new ink in his memory. There's a sketch on a dog, like from her Insta. And Dexter's like, internet stalking? Back in my day, you had to actually leave the house. Lowell's like, I knew this was my next piece the moment I laid my eyes on it. And what happens next is inevitable. So Dexter's like, inevitable? And Lowell's like, because I can't stop it. I feel the pressure rise. It becomes so intense. It's dizzying, unstoppable. And Dexter thinks, I know the feeling. Mia's like, I call it the itch. Al's like, the need. Gareth is like, the great yearning. Dexter says, the urge. And Prater's like, so where's the tattoo? Lowell's like, it's coming. Jules still has a few sessions to go. Great art takes time, but I promise, before I leave this town, she will be mine. And then Dexter thinks, congrats, Lowell. You just made the top of my list. Prater's like, you've never had a trophy so fresh. Great work, Lowell. And then Lowell salutes him. Prater's like, Red, don't mean to call you out on your first night. The money with your invitation was in advance for a show and tell. I hope you'll feel comfortable sharing next time. And he's like, there'll be more of these? And Prater chuckles, of course. So many events coming in the next 2 weeks. I have so much planned. And Dexter's like, so do I. So Harrison's back at the hotel with the watch. He puts it in his pocket, which is like, it's not a good idea. He's like, why is he going to hang on to it? He's like, he should just turn it over to the detectives. And he walks and he hears, Diablo, Harrison Morgan? So extending his hand with a big smile, Angel Batista, I used to work with your pops in Miami Metro. And Harrison's like, yeah, I'm sorry, it doesn't ring a bell. My sister Jamie babysit you. He said, what, Jamie? What? She used to read the hell out of a bedtime story. How is she? Well, she finally finished her PhD. She's a middle school principal now. Harrison's like, good for her. Come, sit, have a drink with me. And Harrison's like, I should probably clock in. And Batista's like, isn't part of your job tending to the customers? And he's like, yeah, that is a good point. So they're sit, and he's like, last time I saw you was your 4th birthday. I got you a red train set. And he's like, I love that train set. So you were close with my dad? Worked with him 20 years. Went through a lot together. And Harrison's like, what? He was a witness at my wedding. My ex, Maria, also worked at the station. We had to do it on a QT to protect our jobs. Pulled your dad in the last minute. Guy barely knew what was happening. Harrison's like, yeah, that sounds like him. Your dad is actually the reason I was in Iron Lake a few weeks ago. And Harrison's like, so you heard the news that he was shot and killed? And Batista's like, he's like, huh, this is news to him. And he's like, sorry for your loss. I heard you were in Iron Lake too, left in a hurry. And Harrison's like, yeah, I went up there to find my dad. Hadn't seen him in years. Turns out he wasn't the dad I needed. And when everything blew up, I split. He's like, sorry, Dexter wasn't the guy you thought he was. I actually had a similar experience. And Harrison's like, with your dad? He's like, with yours. So then Harrison's like, I'm not running into you by chance, am I? And Batista's like, did Dexter ever share anything about his past with you? About why he left Miami? And Harrison's like, I should probably get back to work. And then Batista's like, my ex-wife had this theory, one that's haunted me for years. So this is like not cool, Angel. So Harrison thinks his dad is dead. And then he's like, he's like, that your dad was the infamous serial killer, the Bay Harbor Butcher. And he's like, what? I get this must be overwhelming, but if you know anything, you can tell me. Your dad's gone. Nothing you say can hurt him. But it's like really not cool, Angel. So as far as he knows, Harrison, he thinks his dad is dead. And he may or may not know that his dad may or may not have been a serial killer. Because Batista doesn't have proof. But Harrison's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then he's like, please, I need the closure. Harrison's like, I wish I could help. He's like, good luck. And he's like, I'm in the city a few more days if you want to talk. Gives him his card. And then it's like he seems to make sure to show his badge in his wallet. But it's like, wait, again, why does he have a badge? Didn't he retire? So he walks away. And then Elsa laughs. She's like, oh, you need to work in that customer service face. But he just like walks away. And then she sees like Angel closes his wallet. She sees his badge. So she's like, oh. So she goes up to him. Excuse me, but if you think Harrison had anything to do with that murder, and he holds up his finger, he's like, what murder? She's like, Ryan Foster. He stayed here. The guy who they found chopped up in the garbage bags by the trash dock. So at the dinner party, Dexter reads up on Lady Vengeance. He's on his phone. Then Mia walks up behind him and like peeks over his shoulder. She's like, caught you. He's like, oh, sorry. I was just, and she's like, internet stalking me? It's cool. I tried looking you up as well. He's like, you did? Didn't find anything. He's like, so mysterious. He's like, it's annoying, right? And she's like, very. Lowell comes up, asks her, is like, oh, top me off. Because, she's all about the wine and everything. She gives like a forced smile and pours. And he's like, oh, she has a tattoo. And he's like, oh, someone's got some new ink. He like kind of touches her wrist or her arm. She like twists his arm. She's like, I'm not one of your perky art pieces. He's like, okay. He's like, careful with this one, Red. She tells Dexter Lowell needs to learn about boundaries. And he says that she's an effective teacher. And she's like, so what is your origin story? Let me guess. Terrible mother? And he's like, I actually had a great mom. And she's like, interesting. I assumed mommy issues were a given in this crew. He's like, take one guess how Al's mother wore her hair. And Dexter's like, I'm not immune to mommy issues. Mine just come from how I lost her. He whispers, he's like, what is all this? And she's like, you mean besides the money and the bougie wine? He's like, what is Prater getting out of this? And she's like, how about we talk tomorrow, just the two of us? And he's like, I could do that. Charlie comes up to him. She's handing out phones so they can communicate with the group over the next 2 weeks. She hands Dexter a hat. He's like, wait, is that his hat? And Prater's like, thank you, everyone, for joining me this evening. It's been lovely catching up. Charlie will be in touch regarding our next gathering. And in the meantime, go and enjoy the city. It has so much to offer. Al says he's going to start a group chat so they can stay in touch. He's like, maybe get a tour of Ellis Island or something. Mia tells Dexter, like, it was nice meeting you. And she's like, text me. Lowell tells Prater, he's like, by next meeting, a trophy. So Dexter's like the last one. And he's like, thank you for everything. I said things tonight that I've never been able to express out loud before. Well, that's what these gatherings are for. So people like you know you're not alone. Dexter's like, I didn't realize there was something I needed. And Prater's like, there's a lot of power in sharing your story. Just wait for your show and tell. And he's like, yeah, about that. He's like, do I need to make a whole presentation? Oh, no, nothing so elaborate. We just want to know the real dog passenger, that raw animal aggression that it takes to saw another man's head off. He's like, right. I'm sure you'll come up with something great. Looking forward to it. He gets in the elevator. Then Prater says to Charlie, that went exceptionally well, don't you think? And she's like, if you say so. Dexter was like, walks through the city. I've always considered myself a lone wolf, howling into the void. But after tonight, I can hear others howling back to me. He orders a chili dog. He's like, make that too, from a street vendor, because he didn't get to eat much. Then he sees this big sign with like Prater on there, like all these like police officer, whatever. How does a charity gala guy still do what he does with all of us? Busy man. Harrison sits in he's in a hotel room. He stares at the watch. Then he turns it over. It's like ticking very loudly. He sees Ryan Foster's name engraved on the back. He locks in the hotel safe. Is like, wait, does that stop the ticking? But then he hears it again. He leaves the room. Goes to Elsa's. Yeah. She asks, is everything okay? And he says that he thinks he just needs to be around a friend. She's like, yeah. She lets him in. Dexter arrives home, hears Blessing's family. They're like playing games or something like that. He's like, these are good people, but they're not my people. He takes out a new phone and starts texting Mia. What are you thinking RE tomorrow? She texts back like right away. She's like, Central Park, Fountain, 2 p.m., bring running shoes. And he's like, I've run to and from serial killers, never with one. So he goes inside his place. Harrison and Elsa are watching TV. And then he's like, oh, I should head out. It's like, I don't want to fall asleep on a train. And she's like, oh, they're so janky at this time. She's like, why don't you just sleep on the couch? And he's like, are you sure? She's like, yeah. So he thanks her. And he's like, you always make me feel really at home here. And she's like, you're always welcome. She's like, I mean it. Then he moves to kiss her and she stops him. And he feels awkward. He apologizes. She's like, no, don't be. She's like, we're friends and you're a really great guy, but I know you're going through something. He's like, no, I'm sorry. And he walks out. She curses. I mean, it's possible she might like him, but she says she knows he's going through something, so she just wants to make sure that he's not just looking for like comfort, and it's maybe he doesn't really care for whatever. So next day he's working. Dexter and Harry are watching him, because he's out front getting luggage and stuff like that. Dexter's like, oh, he looks tired, but he's smiling. He was probably out with friends last night. And Harry's like, how would you know? You're too busy being out with yours. Dexter's like, give me a break. He's like, the last time I was at a dinner party was at my wedding. It's like, I can't take care of my son if I don't take care of myself. And then Harry's like, oh, now you're getting a little life advice from Ponytail Trophy Guy? It's like, if you want a real connection, that's where you should be looking. Dexter's like, yeah, I tried. He shot me. I never thought I'd get another chance to be open with someone like that until last night. Harry like smacks the back of his head. He's like, those aren't your friends. They're supposed to be your victims. He's like, I'm going to do it, Dad. I'm just being smart about it. You're like, smart or stalling because you like these people. He's like, if they start disappearing one by one, how's I going to look for the new guy? Best to wait until the meetings are over. He's like, that works out fine for most of your new pals, but explain that to the woman who's going to get her arm de-sleeved before Lowell leaves town. Dexter's like, that is a complication. He's like, yeah, and so is your date with Lady Vengeance. He's like, it's not a date, it's a fact-finding mission. I haven't forgotten why I'm here. And he calls Lowell. He's like, the fudge. It's like, it's not even 11. Dexter's like, oh, sorry, forgot you're on vacation. Would you maybe want to meet up sometime? Would love to hear more about your skins. Like, yeah, sure. He's like, I'm not much of a day guy. So can we say like happy hour? He's like, perfect. Just text me where to. Line clicks. Then he's like, see? And I still have time to fit in a jog. Dexter and me are running. He's like, you run every day? She's like, got to stay in shape. Not all of us get to do our thing by sitting in the back seat of a car. So he's like, so when's a good time to talk about Prater? She's like, fire away. I'll answer any questions as long as you can keep up. He's like, how many of these gatherings have you been to? This is my 4th year, but they started a few years before that. 4 years? You must enjoy it. She's like, I enjoy the money. And Dexter's like, is Prater really just a fan? She's like, I mean, the guy's a voyeur. He's a vampire. He wants all the dirty details, but no, I don't think he's actually a killer himself. Dexter stops. He's like, get them a cup of waters because he needs to catch his breath. And he's like, there's really no catch? She's like, as long as you don't break any of his rules. So, breaking rules, is that what happened to that Keith guy? Yep. It appears that Canton Clubber is no more. Does that happen often, people breaking rules? Well, not everyone gets invited back, if that's what you're asking. One guy got uninvited, another got arrested, and then his first night in jail, he committed suicide. Allegedly. So, where'd you grow up? All over. Mom was always looking for something new, someone new. The longest stay was in Tulsa. And Dexter's like, I drove through there once. And she's like, then you know there's poop all to do. Not that I gave it a chance. I was a loner. Other than my younger sister, Hazel, she was an angel. I was not. And he's like, when did you know you were different? And she's like, always. In the 1st grade, there was this bowl cut kid who annoyed me. So I hit him in the head with my library book and I stuck thumbtacks in his face. If I had normal parents who believed in therapy, maybe I would have been diagnosed with some fancy personality disorder. Instead, they told me to stop being so angry all the time. Dexter's like, I almost stabbed a kid on a basketball court once. My dad stopped me. He tried to help. The best he could do. And she's like, when I was 15, I found ballet. It's a punishing practice. Gave me a release for all the pent-up rage. And I was good enough that I got into a dance academy out of town, away from my mother's new boyfriend. The way that creep looked at me, and he's like, but you got out of there? She's like, I did. Hazel didn't. I thought she was too young. And when I came back for the summer, I found out. And I killed the guy. And I got to tell you, much better release than ballet. Dexter's like, I'll never forget how my first time felt like a path finally opened up for me. And she's like, are you hungry? He's like, always. She's like, my Airbnb is a few blocks away. Do you want to come over? He's like, I'd love to, but she's like, come on. I have incredible pastries. And I love a good reward after the end of a run. So Dexter's sitting, he's looking at this ballerina like music box. She brings a box of like fancy pastries. He reaches for one and she's like, oh, this is a vegan one. It's kale. And he's like, thanks for remembering. So he like tries tearing off a piece, but it's like he can't really. He just gets some crumbs. Then he asks if the music box came with the place, and she's like, see for yourself. So he looks, and then he like looks inside, focuses in there. They're like watches, bracelets, key ring, like dog tag, whatever. He's like, is this? She's like, my collection. So he like picks up the dog tag. That was like an army dog tag thing. And he looks at her, and she's like, I can still remember all of their faces. The look in their eyes right before I killed him. And he's like, it's nice being able to remember. She's like, I'm going to take a quick shower. He's like, okay. Then she's like, there's an Italian espresso maker in the kitchen. Help yourself. So she goes. Almost looks like she leaves the bedroom door purposely open. She kind of, the way she sets it. He gets up to go to the kitchen, but then he stops when he sees her like from behind, starting to get undressed. And she like turns and she looks at him. And he takes like a step forward. Harry's like, showering with a serial killer? Not exactly part of the code. He's like, remember happy hour with Lowell? He's like, ah. He's like, something just came up. And she's like, what? He's like, thanks for the run. So Dexter shows up at a bar. He's like, sorry, I'm late. Next round's on me. He's like, what are you having? And he's like, hey, can I get a rain check? I kind of have to get ready. And Dexter's like, for what? He looks out across the street. This tattoos place is there. He's like, I thought it'd take more sessions, but her pain tolerance is crazy. Dexter's like, you mean? He's like, yep. Tonight's the night, baby. Good thing I came prepared. And he's like, check it out. Holds open his bag. My day job's anesthesiology, but it helps my nightlife too. My next piece will be ready in about 2 hours. Then she'll be walking back to her place about 2 blocks away in the dark. So if you'll excuse me, I kind of have to get in the zone. I love talking shop, but the next piece is more of a me thing and not a we thing. You get it. Dexter's like, yeah. It's like, I couldn't imagine doing this with someone else. But he did, like with Harrison. So then he walks out. He's like, poop. He's like, Lowell's ready and I'm not. I didn't bring my tools. He looks on his phone map. He's like, great. It'll only take me 2 hours to get to Queens. He's like, fudging New York City. And then you hear Staying Alive's playing Detective Wallace. She's staring at like Ryan Foster's file on her computer. She's got the headphones on. Oliva comes up. He asks her to take her headphones off. Asks if she's still stuck on Harrison Morgan. And she's like, sleeping at the hotel where the crime took place, hardly an alibi. Oliva's like, you really think a kid that young is capable of a crime that sophisticated? She's like, I will admit it is unlikely. We must be missing something. I just need to take a step back, recalibrate, start from the top and look at everything anew. And then Oliva's like, I've seen you fixate like this before. Almost cost you your job. Please don't make this another New York Ripper. I have no plans to obsess. Balance is important. It says that she's even taking on extracurricular activities like speaking engagements. And he's like, on what? On the New York Ripper. Then Batista shows up. He introduces himself. He says he once worked a case in Miami that was eerily similar to the 9 Pieces, whatever the guy. He was never sure if they caught the right guy. He asks if he can pick her brain for a minute. Oliva just like looks at her. And she asks Batista, she's like, how much time do you have? He's like, as much as you're willing to give. So then we see Jules, a tattoo girl. She walks out. She's admiring her tattoo. She has headphones on. Lowell's like right behind her. He reaches in. He gets the gas mask ready. He turns the thing. The gas is hissing. Right as he's about to put it on her, Dexter comes up behind him, grabs the mask, puts it on him. He's like, count down backwards from 1. Lowell's out. Then it cuts to he has Lowell on plastic wraps on a table. He's like, tattoo parlors really do have everything I need. And lucky for me, Lowell brought everything else. Harry thought my trophies were disgusting. He couldn't understand. He wasn't like me, like us. So then he takes like a scalpel, cuts like a Lowell's cheek with it, and then it like wakes him up. He starts panicking. He looks up, he sees Dexter. He like sighs. He's like, fudge me. And Dexter's like, you were right about one thing. Tonight's the night, baby. And then Lowell's like, you're going to fudge with Prater's rule after day 1? Whoa. Ho, ho. He's like, ballsy. And Dexter's like, I'll take my chances. He's like, this is usually the part where people start screaming and begging for their lives. Lowell's like, yeah, well, I've been on the other side of this long enough to know when it's inevitable. Sorry to droop your chub. He's like, could you at least do me a solid and knock me out first? He's like, no. And he's like, why do you keep the skins? And Lowell's like, I like looking at them. Like when that pressure starts building, they calm me. If I didn't have my skins, I'd kill a lot more often, got sloppy, got caught. It's like, damn, I'm going to miss them. And he's like, I know how you feel. And he takes a glass frame off the wall with like a drawing on there. He pops out breaks the frame, whatever. Gets rid of the art. He's like, that's why I'm going back to the basics. He takes blood from Lowell's cheek, puts it on a glass, pushes the glasses together. And he's like, that's your trophy? Pfft. It's like pretty lame for someone who saws off heads. And Dexter's like, there's one thing I couldn't be honest about last night. And he's like, is that right? I'm not Ronald Schmidt. I'm Dexter Morgan. He's like, who's that? The Bay Harbor Butcher. Funk! Stabs him in the chest. He's dead. Dexter drives. Harry says something like that. He never thought he'd be driving around with, chopped up body in his trunk or whatever. And then Dexter's like, sorry we didn't have the father-son relationship he dreamed of. And Harry's like, how could we have? He's like, you weren't like me. So I had to stop worrying about what I wanted and focus on what you needed. So looking back, I wouldn't have it any other way. And then he's like, I see what you're doing here. Dexter's like, he's like, and you're right. I'd rather have a relationship with Harrison than the people at Prater's. And Harry's like, then why don't you? Dexter's like, because it's not just my decision. What if Harrison would rather I stayed dead? I don't get scared, but that scares the poop out of me. He's like, then do something about it. So we see Dexter throwing like the bags into the big furnace in that building, whatever that he rented. And he's like, Lowell, meet Red. And then Harry's like, and let's talk about Lowell. It'll be suspicious when he doesn't show up at Prater's. Being the new guy makes you a natural suspect. Dexter's like, weren't you the one who told me to kill Lowell? And he's like, I'll figure something out. It's like, this is what I'm best at. We see Harrison arrives at the hotel, sees Lance, and Lance is like, did you sell me a stolen trunk? He's like, what? No, it was my dad's. He's like, then why'd some fedora-ass cop show up at my place the other night? And Harrison's like, I don't know. He's like such a horrible liar. He's like, well, better figure it to fudge out. He's right over there. Batista comes walking up to him again. It's like, he's like just annoying. He's like, how about a cup of coffee? He's like harassing him. So they sit, I guess they go to the diner. At first I thought they were like in a bar, but I don't know, whatever. So Harrison's like, I'm guessing you didn't come back with more cute Miami stories? And Batista's like, I just heard about a guest at your hotel. You ever meet Ryan Foster? Of course he already knows the answer. It's so stupid that he's asking. And Harrison's like, meet a lot of people at a hotel. And Batista's like, you might remember this one. Came in one piece, left in 9. And Harrison's like, yeah, I saw that guy in the news. Batista's like, funny thing is, that's exactly the way the Bay Harbor Butcher did it. So he's like, I was like, I really hope they catch that guy. I spoke to the lead on the case, Detective Wallace. She said the cleanup of the suspected murder site was impeccable, almost as if the culprit was an expert or learned from one. That sounds crazy. But he's like, less crazy if you know the son of a notorious serial killer was at the same hotel that night. I didn't mention anything about you yet, but I don't have to. I'm just looking for confirmation about Dexter. And Harrison's like, I already told you, I don't know what you're talking about. But he's like, honestly, that guy Ryan sounded like a real a-hole. Good riddance. Did your dad make it seem like that's all he was doing? Taking out the worst criminals, making the world a better place, like he was some sort of Doc Avenger? A lot of innocent people died because of your dad. People that I loved. My ex-wife, Maria LaGuarta. But they think that it was like a former like drugs, like revenge or something like that. He's like, your Aunt Deb, your mother? And Harrison's like, it sounds like you've gone down a real conspiratorial rabbit hole. Good luck getting out of it. He's like, we're done here. So he gets up, starts to get up, but Batista put his arm on, or his hand on Harrison's arm. He's like, this is a dark path you're going down. I truly hope you don't become like your dad. And Harrison leaves. But this is just like, Batista's kind of being a piece of crap. I mean, he's right, but, he doesn't know that. It's just like, out on the sidewalk, Harrison hears like the watch ticking in his pocket. Then he hears Batista, like, it's just like, we just heard this. He's like, did your dad make it seem like that's all he was doing? Like he was some sort of Doc Avenger? Like a lot of people died because of your dad, blah, blah, blah. Then Harrison stops, takes out Wallace's card, calls her number, gets her voicemail. He hangs up. Then he turns around and you hear Batista, like, I truly hope you don't become like your dad. So what's he going to do? Then there's a flashback of Dexter talking to him at like Iron Lake. Like, first rule of the code, don't get caught. Then Harrison's like, you have to turn yourself in. There's no other way. And Dexter's like, if I do, I get the death penalty. And then Harrison's like, maybe you deserve it. And then shoots him. Then we see Harrison smashing Ryan over the head with a toilet cover. So Harrison's walking. He was outside the police station. And then a hand goes on his shoulder, stops him. Harrison, don't. And it's Dexter. And he looks at him. He's like, Dad? And that's where episode 4 ends. So, I mean, things are getting messy now. The thing that's kind of crazy. I think Dexter, because he got a New York driver's license, and I think he got it as Dexter Morgan, right? Because they showed his license. So Batista has no idea where Dexter went, but if he just does a search, he's going to pop up. And now that Batista's talking to Wallace and Oliva, it's just going to get messy. But I mean, it was crazy. Kristen Ritter, Neil Patrick Harris, Gert DeGrathen, whatever's his name, Peter Dinklage. A lot of people in this episode. I had no idea. All right, so we'll do another episode next week. All right, now Twisted Metal, season 2. We're going to do season 2, episode 3, T3STDRV, Test Drive. I like the show. It's silly. It's I like the half-hour format, because it's like kind of like in and out, and I'm getting more like intrigued with this world, like just how everything works, and we're just seeing like different characters, from the games, and I'm not pretending to be like an expert on them, but familiar with some of them, and after I was like, oh yeah. So it starts off, it's like night, there's a graveyard, someone is like visiting graves, like, you gave so much in life, I hope your soul's rest is perfect and peaceful because your body's in for a long ride. This other dude's like digging up, he's like, if the coffins are rocking, don't come a knocking, like giggles. And this guy Garrett, he's like, wait a second, why is there no casket? And then there's a deep voice, because there was nothing left of his father to bury. So he hits Garrett with his helmet, squelching noise, whimpering. He hits him again, like 5 times. So it's that Mr. Grimm guy. Then he goes after the other guy, like jaws like smash. He's like, come join us, brother. And then the dude's like soul, whatever, exits into Mr. Grimm's, so he like sucks it. And then there's like a female voice, welcome, you'll be happy here. And the British voice is like, I think I like it already. And then, so he's at Bud Captain Grimm's grave. And in a normal voice, he's like, hi, Pop. He digs a little, brushes some dirt away, grabs his helmet, pops out of the grave on a motorcycle. It's like, what? Then we see Quiet and John driving, and it's like 2 days until a tournament. So she tells the story as she drives. And she's like, so Dollface has this gigantic insider guard in a chokehold when all of a sudden I hear this loud, he's like, the guard is dead as hell. His eyeballs are just dangling out of their sockets. Dollface is like, guess that guy's a sailor man because I just made him Popeye. And they laugh. But see, I didn't think John would know who Popeye is because he was too young when whatever. He's like, oh, that's fudging crazy. But maybe he watched it at some point. And Quiet's like, she has so many stories like that, and she tells them way better than me. You would know if you stopped avoiding her. He's like, I'm not avoiding her. I'm just not going out of my way to interact with her. There's a difference. He's like, okay, if we're being honest, she's just not my cup of tea. Quiet's like, you don't even know her. If my brother was in a car behind us, I sure as hell wouldn't be riding with your dumb ass. And John's like, family isn't just being related, okay? If I was a beaver, I wouldn't spend all my time hanging out with other big-ass rodents. If a gator was cool and the vibe was right, I'd kick it with them. Then Quiet notices this INFL rest, R-E-S-T, light went on a dash. And she's like, oh, I'll check it at the next stop. And John's like, no. He's like, pull over now. Something's wrong. You should address it right away. And he's like, pull over right here. So she stops. He gets out and to open, look under the hood. And she yells, go talk to your sister, a-hole. And she drives off. And she bangs on the top of the dash. The light goes off. So his sister pulls up. And she's like, you piss her off? He's like, get in. And he's like, you out. So she makes the lady with her, the doll with her, get out. And then the next car pulls up. Jeremy, he's in there. He's like, hey, whatever. John sits awkwardly. He looks, there's like wrappers and napkins. He's like, I love what you've done with the interior. Really shows pride of ownership. And she's like, still a neat freak. She's like, so what was it like being back at our old house? He's like prison, just with a lot of pizza. And she's like, come on. It's like, nothing in there caught your interest? He like scoffs. He's like, the Babysitter's Club. And she laughs. She's like, oh, poop. I used to love those books. He's like, word? And she's like, yeah. It's like, I had such a crush on Logan. He's like, okay, so I got to know, how did Abby join the BSC in book 89? And she's like, Abby? He's like, Abby. And she's like, Abby, I don't remember. He rolls his eyes. And she's like, well, excuse me for not remembering a book, Mr. I bonked my head and literally can't remember anything. He's like, well, it's not like I'm trying not to remember. And Ashley radios that she wants to stop and make camp. She tells Ashley to sit up by this like water tower up ahead. She and John are going to take a little detour. And he's like, detour? It's like, I don't want to take a detour. And she's like, shut up, you do. It's like, we're going. Quiet radios in. He's like, copy that. Have fun, John. And then there's a sign for like Millennium Drive-In, like 1 mile. So the car is like split up. Quiet says, like, finally, time to fudge and rock. She takes, there's a Metallica CD case, puts the CD in. It's really Everywhere by Michelle Branch. And she's like sings loudly, whatever, like she's singing into the hilt of her hatchet. And then she gets scared because Mayhem screams. She's like, would you stop? Slams on the brake, goes to the trunk, points a gun. What the hell are you doing here? And Mayhem's like, covering my ears mostly. But Quiet's like, that's John singing. And she's like, what are you doing in my trunk? And she's like, you stood up for me back there. You saved me, Quiet. And Quiet like cocks the pistol. She's like, all right, I laid it on a little thick there. She's like, fine, look, I want to enter the tournament. Quiet like cackles with laughter. She's like cracking up. And Mayhem's like, it's not funny. And she's like, oh, it is the way I'm picturing it. You'd be dead 2 minutes in, all flattened out, eyes crossed, tongue hanging out. And Mayhem's like, that won't be me, okay? You're looking at the best driver on the West Coast. And she's like, no, I'm not. Yes, you are. And Quai's like, think so? She's like, no, so. And Quai's like, prove it. So Mayhem's like kind of like pushing random buttons, like whatever, sitting in the driver's seat. Windshield wipers turn on. And Quai's like, she's like, you don't have a GD clue what you're doing, do you? And she's like, I'm just getting my bearings. My ex-husband's car was European. It was a lot cooler than this. Her ex-husband. And Quai's like, okay, just put the car in gear. So, of course, they go backwards. Tire squeal. And Quai's like, oh my God, stop. Like, oh my God. It's like, why did you throw it in reverse? D is for drive, dumbass. And she's like, what? No. She's like, I put it in drive. Like, D drives. And she points. Quiet's like, that's an R. Like, do you not know how to read either? And she's like, no, of course I can read. You're looking at the best reader on the West Coast. And she gets in her face. And Quiet's like, okay, that's it. Get out. We're done. So Quiet gets out, walks around. Mayhem locks the door. She's like, ha, got you. Who's a dumbass now? Have fun walking to Diesel City, witch. Eat my diggity dust. She drives a little bit. The tire squeal, engine clanks. And she's like, oh, poop. Quiet calmly walks up the driver's side and, oh no, the dust. And she's like, shut up. And she drives another like maybe 10 feet. Tire squeal, Mayhem groans. Quiet does a sort of like dance walk up to the car. She's like, and then she like she's like, faster to go by canoe. She's like mimicking rowing as she passes by the window. So Mayhem's like, you know what? Fine, whatever. Just wake me up when Dollface gets back. She'll teach me. And Quiet's like, is that what you think's going to happen? She gives 0 Fs. I sort of gave one teeny one, but damn, I guess I was wrong. Mayhem unlocks the door. Quiet smiles. So John and Dollface reach the Millennium Drive-In to get out. John reads the sign, headlights, camera, action. It's like, I don't even want to know what kind of action got blood all the way up there. And he's like, where are you going? She's like, we stopped here 1 year on a family road trip. Your little mind was so blown by watching a movie in a car. You were so obsessed. You made Dad take us here every summer. And John's like, you're insane if you think I'm going to go in there. Poop looks haunted. She's like, you still afraid of ghosts? And she's like, Scott, she's like, wow, amnesia really is a witch. You forget your whole life, but you still remember to be a wussy. And then his head turns like right when she says that. And, she's walking. He's like, I'll show you, wussy. She's like, hold up, wait. So, but it's like, now all of a sudden, it's like night already. So they walk, they go up to this post. There's like two, the car speakers, whatever. And it says L and K was, WZ was here. It's like, this was our spot. It's like, come on, get in. There's like a abandoned car there. She opens the door or whatever. I think the door falls off. John's kind of freaking, and she's like, "Would you chill?" She's like, "There's nobody here but us." He's like, "I know that." And she's like, "Get in the car, come on." So he climbs in, but there actually is someone else standing there watching. And it's like, "Who's that? Is that Mr. Grimm? Is it someone else?" Inside, he's like, "I would try and get the projector working, but I'm not going in that shack." She's like, "It's okay. We're not here for that anyways. I was hoping we could shake some memories loose." And she pulls out a joint. And she's like, "So, whenever there was a car chase scene, Dad would let you climb over into the driver's seat and pretend like you're in a movie. You would go crazy, just pulling at the steering wheel, yelling out your little quips." And he's like, "Dry steering?" And she's like, "Mm-hmm." He's like, "You mean to tell me that they would let me torque at the tie rods like that? Not to mention scuff the tires?" She rolls her eyes. "So our parents really treated their vehicles like that?" And she's like, "Oh, cool your jets there, Martin Luther Keys." It's like, "You were little. You couldn't do any real damage. But we did a number on the upholstery, though. Every time Mom and Dad would go to the snack shack, we would climb through the sunroof, scuff up the back of the seats. That would piss them off." And then she does this whistle. And he's like, "What are you staring at me for?" She's like, "The family whistle. It was Dad's way of telling us to sit our butts down. I swear you could hear it from miles away." He's like, "Right. Like when Abby's dad taught her how to whistle through an acorn cap." And she's like, "Would you shut up about the stupid fudging book?" She's like, "Look at me. Are you even trying to remember?" And he's like, "No, I'm not. You want to know what it was like for me being in that house? All the pictures, all the stuff in my room, all the things I'm supposed to remember, but I don't. And then realizing if I did get my memory back, I'd just be weighed down by everything that I lost. My parents, my sister, myself. I'd rather just be me, be John." She's like, "But you're Lionel." He's like, "Lionel's dead." And then the windows get shot out. They duck down. They climb out the other side. They run. Somehow they avoid getting hit. And she's like, "What was that?" He's like, "I don't know. You brought me here." And then they reach the exit, but then they hit this like invisible barrier and fall back. And I guess it's like sound waves or something like that. So lights start turning on. They move a couple cars blow up as they're running. They hear his engine, and there's like these two huge tractor tires roll up with a guy standing between them on a platform thing, and he like rolls through the flames. That's Axel, if you know from the game. He like chuckles. John's like, "WTF?" Axel screams. John and Dollface scream. They run. They duck behind a car. John comments how he's like, "The dude's not even wearing a shirt and it's jacked." He's like, "Those perfectly formed pectorals are basically bullseye." He's like, "Watch this." He shoots, but like the vehicle kind of turns. He hits like metal. It ricochets. Hits scratches her cheek. Like, and he's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." She's like, "You shot me. WTF?" And he's like, "I'll lay down suppressive fire. You run." She's like, "Okay." John shoots, hits something. Some steam blows in Axel's face. They run. They duck into another vehicle, like the husk of a car. Axel drives by. They catch her breath. She's like, "You shot me." He's like, "I'm so sorry. Please don't cry." She's like, "I'm not going to cry, a-hole." And she's like, "Is it bad?" He's like, It's barely noticeable." She groans. She looks in like a broken mirror. She starts to scream, but John puts his hand over her mouth, like shushing her. And she bites sound. And she tells him, she's like, "Sew me up." She's like, "I don't want a nasty scar." She has like this needle. And I guess she carries it with her. And he's like, "Should I start, from the top or from the bottom?" And she yells. She grabs it from him, makes him hold the mirror. And then he starts like groaning as she's sewing her face. Quiet's still teaching Mayhem. Tells her to check everything before, starting the engine. Are they gassed up? Are the guns loaded? Are the mirrors clear of vultures? And hands on the wheel at 10 and 2. And she's like, "No way. I want to look cool when I cross the finish line." And Quiet's like, "Okay, yeah." She shifts the car into gear. Mayhem screams. And she's like, "You got to outrun the vultures. Think fast." Car squeals and turns. And Quiet's like, "Try to 180 out of here. The vultures caught you. You're dead." Again. Doesn't. Wrong. Just tries again. Nope. Tries again. Dead. 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 Then she drives between. There's like a line of flaming barrels, and she's kind of like going, like weaving in and out. So it's like they take the time to set all this up, put all these barrels there, light them on fire or anything. So then Mayhem like skids to at the end of the stop. She probably looks over at Quiet. Quiet's like, "You're supposed to drive through the barrels." And she's like, "Guess what? You died again." Mayhem curses. And then she's like, "Time for your final exam. Drive." Points a gun at Mayhem's face. She's like, "What are you doing?" shoots right past her face, like out the window. Her ears would be ringing or something like that. Mayhem screams. She's like, there's a killer clown with flaming hair right behind us. What's the move? And she's like, at first sight, shoots again. You didn't give me a chance. And Quiet's like, think fast. Shoots again. Mayhem slams on the brakes. And Quiet's like, you giving up? She's like, I knew it. I knew you weren't cut out for this. She's like, fudge you, Quiet. She gets out, goes in the trunk. John's still watching, like, the stitching. He's like, I don't even want to think about what diseases you gave yourself using that dirty-ass needle. And she's like, I don't need medical advice, Dr. Piss. It's like, we just need to figure out how we're getting past those sound wave things without sexy carman knowing that we're here. And he's like, if we're going to get out of here, we're going to need a better vantage point. I'm going to climb to the top of the projection screen. And she's like, no, you're not. It's like, we're going to go to the concession stand. Whatever's powering those sound wave things is for sure coming from there. He's like, wait, I remember something. And she's like, really? He's like, yeah. And she's like, what? I remember telling you this was a fudging bad idea to come in here. And she's like, shh, do you hear that? It's the sound of a scared little bitch. Oh, wait, that's you. So they sneak out. They head to the concession stand. They duck just in time to avoid being seen by Axel. Then he gets off his platform thing. He like walks around. He's like, is he looking for them? John comments on his big metal hands. Dollface wonders, like, how does he start his own engine? Then John says some stuff, whatever. But then he's like, what's the plan? Go in, shooting? She's like, that didn't work so well last time. He says, well, it worked for me. I look great. She gives him a look. Meanwhile, Jeremy and the doll he's with, they're keeping busy in the car. And then she freaks out because Mr. Grimm is standing outside a window. Quiet tries getting Mayhem to come out. Says, she can't stay back there forever. Then Quiet's like, fine. She's like, you can stay there. She's like, I'm going to eat. I'm starving. And she's like, oh my gosh. Oh, it's so good. I have so much of it. Mayhem like extends her hand through the seats. Quiet gives her a piece. And Mayhem's like, what is it? And I guess it's rattlesnake jerky. She says her brother taught her how to make it. And then she says, but it's all about how to make it. When you hang it up, it has to be plenty of sunlight. She talks about one time she ate it, it was like raw. She puked so hard she pooped herself. And she's like, and it was a lot of poop too. She's like, my brother wouldn't stop laughing, jerk. So then Mayhem says that, being a jerk or something like that must run in the family. And she's like, yeah. It's like, he wasn't a great teacher, but he helped me survive. Eventually, I figured it out on my own. I'm like, listen, why do you want to enter this tournament so badly? You do know it's to the death, right? And Mayhem's like, yeah, so I'm not afraid of dying. And if I win, I could wish for a better life. So Quiet's like, come on, let's try again. And she's like, okay. John and Dollface sneak around. They both groan when they see Axel like gulping down gas from a gas pump. And he's like, how's this guy even alive? So then he leans back on the sofa like he's going to take a nap. Inside the snack shack, Dollface comments about the place being a mess. John's like, but it's still cleaner than your car. Smells better too. And he like chuckles. And she's like, shut up and cut the power. But there's like blueprints hanging up like on the menu signs, like Human Axle Project. And she sees like a dead mouse like hooked to wheels, like prototype or whatever. And she's like, what kind of sick person would do this? Then some guy runs behind her, grabs her from behind, puts like a blade to her throat. John points his gun. The dude's like, I'd lower that pea shooter if I were you. Put on the counter. He's like, I'm impressed you got past the guard dog. Not many do. John's like, we're just trying to get out of here. And the guy's like, oh, please. You're like everyone else who comes sniffing around, trying to step on my life's work. You're jealous. And she's like, why would we be jealous of you? You're making car people. And he's like, that's an oversimplification. It's like, I've evolved that broken killer into something more. If the only way to survive outside is to be in a car, then what if you could be the car? But it's still not right. There's still too much human in him. But if I could get it right with one of you? And John's like, so what? You just make cars out of black people? And he's like, what? No, it's not racially motivated. Is that how it's coming off? And John's like, yeah. And she's like, I mean, you look at him, you look at us, and the guy's like, let me just say, I've always believed science is colorblind. John like rolls his eyes. John tries like whistling. It was like a breathy whistle. And the guy's like, what's going on with him? He's not sick, is he? Dollface is like, to be honest, I have no idea what he's doing. He's like, family whistle. And she's like, the family whistle. She elbows a guy, the dude. John like lunges. The guy goes flying. He like pushed him like through the back of the shack. And then they're like, oh, the guy like fell through. He got impaled when he landed. And he like groans and he's like, some of my best friends are black. Dollface thanks him. She's like, now if we can only get that tiny butthole of a mouth of yours to work, to do the whistle. And he's like, well, if I have a butthole mouth, and so do you. That's how genes work. He tells her to cut the power so they can get out of there. She throws a switch. Then Axel rolls by. John's like, hey, Axel, right? I was like, I know we had our differences, but we just killed this little racist nerd and cut the power, so you're free to go. Now, I hope we can just go our separate ways peacefully. The guy's like, what? And he's like, we've had our differences. He's like, dude, you gotta use your big boy voice. Dollface turns up. We cut the power. You're free to go. And he's like, oh, good looking out. I hated that mother trucker. Peace. Quiet tells Mayhem to remember driving is about making a decision and making it happen. Second guess yourself, you crash and burn. And she's like, okay, gassed up, guns loaded, mirrors clear. Jeremy? He's hobbling down the road. He's like, run, he's coming. Mr. Grimm rides up behind him, slashes his back or does something. Jeremy goes down. Quiet tells Mayhem to drive. Grimm starts like sucking Jeremy's soul. They're like, what's he doing? Because I don't think they can see the soul coming out, so they just see him standing there, and nothing's like happening. So Quiet curses, says, drive, D. Mayhem goes backwards and then does a 180. Then she cheers as she did it. Quiet's like, celebrate later. So Mr. Grimm's like holding out something. Then Axel is driving at them. So Grimm hits Axel. He skids, turns around. He's not happy. Grimm turns around too. Then they clash at each other. Quiet, Mayhem drive. Then Quiet turns on the radio, starts singing everywhere. Mayhem joins in. John says that he was thinking maybe when they win, he was thinking of taking Quiet to Grandpa's cabin. And she's like, oh, that brings back memories. And she's like, wait, how are you going to remember Grandpa's cabin and not Grandpa? He's like, I might have found a way there. He shows her the map. And she's like, hey, I drew this. Did you read my diary? He's like, no. Well, yeah, okay, just a little bit. He's like, look, I got tired of hearing about horses and how funny Brian Carroll was. And she's like, oh, funny and fine. No third grader could resist his charm. Then Quiet and Mayhem drive up. And he's like, look who decided to show up. And she's like, Dollface like, why is the kid driving? But it's not even like, why is the kid there? It's like they didn't even know. Mayhem's like, why is your face all fudged up? And she's like, we just had a run-in with the grim douchebag and a naked man on wheels. Gasping to both like, Axel and Ashley and Jeremy are dead. And it's like, they're real fudging dead. It's like, we're going to be next if we don't get the fudge out of here. They're like, okay, we should load up. And John's like, I'll ride with you. And he runs up to Quiet. She's like, so that detour worked, huh? He's like, it did. Thank you for making that happen. She's like, you're high, aren't you? Indubitably. So then they bury something. Dollface says some stuff about the girl. Walks away. Mayhem asks Quiet, she's like, why didn't she bury the mask? Quiet's like, the mission lives on. It'll go to the next doll worthy of wearing it. And then Mayhem's like, well, when you go down, I'll keep your mask alive. And Quiet's like, oh, that's so nice. Knowing you're driving, it'll probably be you that kills me. And she's like, Then they all look over a little ridge. They see Diesel City in the background, where the biggest, scariest, loudest special weapons are made and sold. John's like, that's cool, but we don't have any money. And Dollface's like, we don't need money because we're going to steal them. Which sounds like it's going to be a big mess. And that's the end of episode 3. So a lot of crazy stuff. Now the question is, did Axel survive? Did Mr. Grimm survive? I'm assuming yes. So we'll see more next week. All right, Wednesday, season 2 has started. So I think I mentioned it. We got the first half that has dropped, but there's no way I'm going to do more than one episode per week. So we could do that. And then I think it's like September 3rd, the second half of season 2 drops. So we could do one episode per week.
I'm a little on the fence with this. I like the show. I don't love the show. And it might be, it's not necessarily made for me because I'm not a teenage girl. But there's some cool things about the world that we're seeing, the school and all the characters and everything. But I don't know. I mean, I think also I might be a little burnt out because I feel like we got like so much Jenna Ortega. I mean, she seems really cool and everything, and she's very versatile. She's a great actor, actress, whatever. I like we should just call them actors, so we don't have to worry about that. I mean, she's good in everything she does, but and maybe it's just a character, and I feel like in this episode, as I was watching the first episode, I'm looking at who's this character supposed to be? She's dark and mysterious. She's more than capable of handling herself and doing whatever. She's dark. She's edgy, but at the same time, we can't. They can't make her too dark. They can't make her too edgy, because then she becomes like a monster. She becomes evil, and you don't want that. You want to have a good person, and she was in a sense, she was like a hero in the first season. But it's just kind of interesting how they're trying to like find that, or maybe they're towing the line or whatever you want to call it, or trying to find that, make sure they stay on. It's tricky. So let's just get into this first episode. But the other thing, where I guess I'll just mention it now, because also next week we have Alien Earth start, and I do we want to have Wednesday and Alien and Twisted Metal and Dexter? It seems like a lot, especially with school starting back. But all right, season 2, episode 1. Here we woe again. They're doing the same thing as before, the first season. Like every episode has "woe" in the title, and it's cute. It's funny. I can appreciate that they're doing it again, because it makes it a little trickier. You can't just you can't just do anything and throw "woe" in there. You got to put a little thought into it. So I like that. It starts off, Wednesday says, it's been an eventful summer. We see her, she's tied up in the serial killer's basement. And, she's like, who said nightmares don't come true? So she's tied up at a table. There's like a tea party. There's a bunch of dolls there. So, it's kind of freaky. And I don't know if I mentioned, I think she's in the basement. And then she's like, he's under the delusion that I'm his next victim. I'll let him cherish that notion while I explain my predicament. So then it cuts back to 6 weeks earlier. She's like sitting in this ring of like burning candles. She's reading a book. She's holding her necklace. She says that she spent her vacation mastering her psychic ability. So all the answers were in Goody's book of spells. And with her ability under control, she's set her sights on an obsession she's had since she was 6. And this is where it gets a little tricky, because she's supposed to be this dark, whatever kid and everything. So we get a flashback. She's in her regular classroom. She's giving this big presentation on her favorite serial killer. So here, what does that mean? Her favorite serial killer. Does that mean she's idolizing a serial killer? She's idolizing someone that goes out and kills innocent people because they're sick and twisted? And that's where it's like, wait, and I feel like, they're going that route because that's who Wednesday is. Like, oh, that's cute. She's this dark child, but she's so cute. She's evil, but she's cute, or whatever. So she's giving this big presentation about the Kansas City scalper. So this is supposed to be her favorite serial killer. The kids are like shocked as she's explaining things. There's like I think pictures of victims and stuff like this on this big like board that she's made. So she says now she can psychically locate him. All she needed was an object from one of his crime scenes. So then we see Thing is like in a police evidence locker. He starts pushing this big like ball, like clear ball, like with a rubber duck inside. And she's like, the scalper's 11th victim dropped her prize bowling ball when she was snatched. So I guess Thing just rolled all the way to her. Like, where was this at? Where was this victim at You know, because if it's a Kansas City, where did this bowling, was this in the Kansas City police? I think there's a evidence box that said that. So I don't know about that. So then she picks up the bowling ball, the rubber duck, whatever bowling ball. She concentrates with her necklace, and then she sees like some images. She's like, with the scalper finally in my crosshairs, I had one final harrowing obstacle to overcome. So she's at the TSA line in the airport. She's like up at the front. She puts her backpack in the scanner. She walks through the metal detector. The alarm goes off and buzzes. So she goes, steps back. She takes out a pair of brass knuckles, puts that like on a counter thing. And the TSA agent, she's like, anything else on your person? And then she doesn't say anything. She's like, I need a wand on this one. And the dude comes up. She's like, arms. She lifts her arms. Lots of beeping. He's like, ah. So she sets down like a taser, thing of pepper sprays. I think it's these little nunchucks, a blade, a double. What do you call it? It's like a mace, the stick with a chain and like a metal spiky ball. Is that a mace? But there's like two of them, and there's like another blade, two like big blades, big daggers or something like that. And there's like more blades. There's like a hatchet. It's almost like I don't know what you call them. And then she like takes out her shoe, like shakes it out. I think another blade pops out of there. And then the TSA is like, which part of prohibited items don't you understand, young lady? And she's like, the part where you believe cramming hundreds of people into a metal tube flying through the air creates some sort of utopia where weapons aren't needed. They're interrupted because the dude at the X-ray thing, he's like, can I get a bag check here? And you can see on the screen that the thing is in there. There's a hand in there with like bones, whatever. So this other dude, he grabs the bag and he takes out thing. She's like, I'm headed to the Junior Embalmers Convention in Kansas City. It's this prosthetic, and then they're like, yeah, that's not the problem. You care to explain this? He holds out a tube of sunscreen. She's like, curious, and hand kind of twitches. I have no idea how that ended up in there. The guy's like, this is over 3.4 ounces, which means it's a big no-no. I'd appreciate it if you didn't waste our time. And into thing, she mumbles, she's like, sunscreen? Seriously? So she shoves thing back in her bag, and I guess she has to leave all her weapons behind. Which would be a bummer. Kansas City, Missouri. We see the dude from her vision. He has a Chet's Pooch Pampering Van. So that's what his day job is, whatever. So he goes around the back, puts like a bag in there, and he closes the back of the van door. Wednesday standing right there, and it kind of startles him. And she's like, "Are your serial killer services listed online too?" And then she pulls out a taser to zap him, but he grabs her wrist. And this makes her get like a psychic flash. So then there's like blood from her eyes. And then she sees like a room, like a basement full of dolls. So now we're caught up. He opens a metal door. Wednesday's bound and gagged at the end of the big doll tea party table. He wheels in a table, like a little cart with a bunch of blades and stuff on there. He's like, I made you a gift. He pulls out a Wednesday doll. He's like, it's how I remember my special guest. So he stands on a table, and then he pulls down her gag, and she's like, let me show you some of my own handiwork. So she looks at an old doll at the table, and then its head turns at them. Then its eyes pop open. Then the head explodes. Thing pops out of the head, lands on the dude's face, and it's like, so he starts fighting with this dude. He falls back like against the wall, and he knocks a bunch of like shelves or stuff down. He's struggling to get thing off. Wednesday's like working at the ropes, like her on her wrist and everything. She frees her hand somehow, and then thing gets like knocked off. Charges at the guy's crotch and like squeezes. He's like, oh! He's like screaming, whatever. He finally flicks thing off again, but thing grabs onto this like hanging like light shade, swings back, charges, grabs his head, and then somehow defies gravity, whatever. So in the air, smashing his head over and over against the wall, even though there's nothing to press back on. So it's like, how does this work? So the dude's defeated. Wednesday stands up. Thing points at her, and she's like, what? And then she wipes the blood streaming from her eyes. She's like, it's nothing, just a minor psychic glitch. She's like, and you're not to breathe a word of this to anyone. You understand? Especially my mother. She picks up a long, like, serrated blade. She's like, now, let's play dolls. The dude screams. But what I didn't realize is this dude, the dude was Haley Joel Osment. So I guess I just wasn't paying attention or whatever. Wednesday has a newspaper, like in a frame, scalper scalped.
And there's it says something like mystery girls tip, blah blah blah. So she's looking in Goody's book. She's like, I'm not finding anything related to black tears. Like I said, it's just a glitch. Then Morticia comes in and she's like, Lurch has packed the car. We must be off. And she's like, you don't want to be late for the first day of school. So it's like, wait, first day of school? They're arriving the first day? I don't know. So it's just weird. Because what if they're stuck in traffic or whatever, car breaks down. She says that she was hoping that, Morticia's like, she was hoping they would have spent more time together over the summer. She feels like she hardly saw her. And Wednesdays says something about writers have to fill their creative cups with something or whatever. And, she indulged her favorite passions, torment and humiliation. And then Morticia's like, when do I get to read your novel? And Wednesday thinks, she's like, when the sun explodes and the earth is consumed in a molten apocalypse. Then she turns and sort of glares, and she's like, soon, mother, soon. So they drive to the academy. Pugsley's practicing, he shoots out, he has electrical power. So he shoots out this little zap. He hits the sound for the, Jericho or whatever, coming up. And Gomez or Morticia, one of them says, he's just like Uncle Fester. And Pugsley says to his dad, to Gomez, that it's weird how it skipped him because, so Uncle Fester has the power, he has the power, but Gomez doesn't have any powers, and he's just like, I guess Pugsley's attending the academy this year. He's old enough now. He must be 1 year younger. Morticia says something, about watching him. Wednesday tells Pugsley to hit the O, in the stop sign coming up. She's like, hit it or I'll hit the ejector button. And he's like, you can't do it. Only Dad can. And Dad's like, I think he said, or someone, one of the two said, thing rewire it or something like that. So Wednesday has control over this. So he leans, out the window. He's able to hit the sign, and he hits the O. It falls over, and he's happy. Wednesday's doesn't seem that happy. But then a couple of cars collide because the stop sign's knocked down. This other car smashes into a telephone pole. There's a power transformer, crashes down, flames, then start up, and the parents just kind of chuckle. So it's okay, you're possibly killing someone, injuring them, and you think that's funny? That's where, again, now it shows it's not really funny because they're evil, but they're not evil. We're supposed to be rooting for them. I don't know. On a side road, this dude's he's sitting at a picnic table. This other car pulls up. This lady comes out. They hug and start kissing. Up in the trees on the hill, there's a guy taking pictures of him. He's got a big telephoto lens. And then there's a crow or raven. I'm assuming it's a raven, right? Lands in the trees cawing at him. He turns his head, and then the bird turns his head, and it's all red around her, feathers are gone. You see red, irritated or burnt skin, and it has a cloudy eye, and it's just freaky looking. The dude takes more pictures. Then there's more birds that land in a tree around him. Then are on top of his van, and then the red eye, whatever crow or bird caws, and then they start attacking him. He runs, he goes into the van, they start smashing, hitting the window, the front windshield gets cracked a couple times, and then he calls someone, he's like, they're on to me. He's like, if I don't make it, the evidence is safe at the bullpen. And he turns and he looks behind him, there's a ton of crow ravens in the back of the van, on equipment and everything, and then they fly at him and he screams. At Nevermore Academy, they exit the car. Morticia says that this is the first time Wednesday ever willingly returned to school. And she's like, how does it feel? And Wednesday's like returning to the scene of the crime. I already know where the bodies are buried. No more uncontrolled chaos. I will bend this place to my will. And Morticia's like, be careful, dear. Control is often an illusion. I let your father believe he's in charge of this family. Pugsley asks Dad if he thinks that he'll actually make a friend here. And Gomez is like, oh, you'll make lots of friends. These are our people. Morticia says to Wednesday, she's like, poor Pugsley. Your father and I will get him settled in. Promise me, you will take care of your brother. And she's like, I always do. There's a flashback of her tormenting him and stuff like that. I don't know if she put him in a coffin, buried him, or I don't know. Wednesday's walking alone, and some kids are like, oh, Wednesday, there she is. And, they're some taking her pictures and stuff like that. A group of girls ask for her autograph, and she's like, I only signed in blood. And they're like, that's okay. And she's like, not mine. And Bianca uses her necklace and her siren power to make them leave by command or whatever. So Wednesday says that was disturbing, and Bianca's like, well, you better get used to it. She's like, you're a big deal after, the whole saving the school from the demon pilgrim thing. Wednesday's like, why does anyone still care? And she's like, popularity. Bianca's like, popularity doesn't play by the laws of physics. She's like, you're not really familiar with whatever. And she's like, the harder you repel it, the harder it comes for you. Wednesday kind of like rolls her eyes. She starts to move, but then this man calls her name. It's Steve Buscemi. He's like, oh, it's an honor to meet the savior of Nevermore. He introduced himself. He's like, he's Barry Dort. He's the new principal. He's like, would you like a sticker? And it has like the school logo or something like that. And she's like, only if you have one that says, do not resuscitate. And he like chortles, whatever. He's like, that's the wicked tongue I've heard so much about. I love it. He's like, I am reinstating the founder's pyre ceremony. It's an old outcast tradition. Big bonfire tomorrow night. And the best part is, I want you to be our student of honor. And Wednesday's like, I'd rather be burned at the stake. And he's like, please consider it. He's like, I want us to be allies in the struggle. And she's like, what struggle? He's like, returning Nevermore to its glory days. And he opens like his button shirt, and he has a t-shirt that says, Nevermore for, number 4, evermore. Nevermore for evermore. He's like, I hate to speak ill of the dead, but in this case, Weems really fudged up. And he actually says fudge. It's not me censoring. He says fudged. And Wednesday's like, I don't like to speak ill of the dead either. It's much more fun to demonize the living. And then she turns and leaves. So she and Thing go up to her room, and there's like a bunch of drawings and signs on a door, like our hero and all this stuff like that. She's like, we need to set better traps out here. She just like rips them all down, opens the door, and it's like a party inside. There's several students, there's music, there's kids like fighting or wrestling, whatever, play fighting. There's kids like making out on her bed, and Enid comes up to her. She's like, howdy, roomie. And she's like, Enid. And then Enid turns. She's like, all right, everyone out. Thanks for the help. They all leave. And Enid's like, how's your vacay? Because I had the best summer ever, and I've been dying to tell you all about it. Wednesday takes out her typewriter. She's like, I'm sure I'll want to kill you after you tell me. So we both win. Enid's like, well, I'll spare you the details, but I did get you a gift at Lupin Palooza in Golden Gate Park. She's like, don't worry, it's not a snood. So it's a black t-shirt with like a werewolf drawing. It says SF Bay, B-A-Y, wolf, like the animal. So because werewolf, Bay, wolf, madness. And she's like, get it? Like Beowulf? She's like, I thought you'd love the literary reference. And Wednesday's like, nothing like a bad pun to throw dirt on a coffin of epic poetry. She's like, I got you a gift as well for my summer travels. She gives her this big, like almost life-size doll with like a tiara and a sash. And Enid shakily is like, oh, thank you. I mean, it's a little creepy, but the curls are super soft. Wednesday's like, it's made from real human hair. And she's like, I have so many goals this year. I want to secure my place in the pack, become a dance troupe captain, and finally join the Nightshades. What about you? Wednesday's like, avoid people and work on my new Viper de la Muerte novel. And Enid's like, that doesn't sound like much of a personal evolution. And she's like, I don't evolve, I cocoon. And Enid's like, speaking of your novel, was that publisher interested? So then she hands her a manuscript. I call it Death by 1,000 Notes. So there's tons of like red like post-its like sticking out throughout. And then Enid's like, well, this one here looks like it's just a typo. And Wednesday's like, it's not. That's the old English spelling for dismemberment. This novel was 2 years of my life. They'll have to pry it out of my cold, dead hands before I change a single word. There's a knock at the door, and she's like, it better not be more autograph hounds. Enid's like, yeah, we definitely need to set boundaries. Let's post hours to sign stuff in a student lounge. It's this dude. It's Ajax. So the dude that she was kind of like hooked up with, whatever, and the Medusa guy, right? So Enid like ducks behind the door, and he asks Wednesday, he's like, oh, how was your summer? And Wednesday's like, I scalped a serial killer. And he's like, is Enid around? And Enid's like shaking her head like, no. Wednesday's like, she left earlier with the pack. I threatened to neuter them if they didn't get out. And he's like, oh, do you mind giving her this? It's like a pink stuffed unicorn with like a rainbow horn. She like very gingerly grabs it by the tip of the horn and like slams the door, and she tosses it to Enid. And Enid's like, thanks for covering. I know the only thing you hate more than color is relationship trauma. Wednesday gives some quote, something about like friendship and sharing and whatever, which basically she's giving her permission to say something. And she's like, keep it under 25 words or what something. And she's like, I'm not sure how I feel about Ajax anymore. He's sweet and cute, but he's still in love with the old me, and I've changed.
And that turns out that was exactly 25 words. How would she know that? She's like, oh, and that was exactly 20. How do you speak and you're counting as you're thinking about what to say? I don't know about that. But then Wednesday's like, talk to him and get it over with. And Enid's like, if I do that, then it'll be like an arrow through his. Wednesday opened the closet door, a bowcaster like set up in there. It shoots the arrow, goes past her, zhunk, and it just goes past Enid's face. It hits the wall. There's like a Polaroid of her talking to the new principal, and there's X's over her eyes, and it says, "Welcome back, Wednesday. I'm still watching." The picture was just taken. And the end of last season, she got like a text from someone, and there's like a animated, like a drawing or a cartoon of her with X's over her eyes, and she's like, "Oh, my very own stalker," or something like that. So Wednesday's like, "Holy crap!" It's like, "Wait, you have a stalker?" And Wednesday's like, "Don't be jealous." And she grabs a picture and to get like a reading off it. There's blood from one eye. There's shots from like out in the courtyard, other students, and you see thing. She's like, "I didn't see the stalker." So it didn't work that time because usually, so something happened and she couldn't see who the stalker was that time. Parents and Pugsley's enter his new room. Gomez is like, Caliban Hall, my old stomping grounds. So Eugene, the beekeeper kid, he's there. He shakes Pugsley's hand. He gets a little zap from him. His mom is there, and she tells Morticia that she and Sue weren't sure if they wanted Eugene to come back to Nevermore, but he insisted. And he's like, well, I did help save the school. Pugsley asks, he's like, what was it like getting gutted by a Hyde? And Eugene's like, I still wake up screaming sometimes. And Pug's like, whoa. He's like, that's awesome. So then Janet's like, why don't we give the boys some space? Gomez is like, remember, boys. He's like, the friends you make here will be your brothers for life. You'll kill for each other and provide alibis. So he leaves. Pugsley asks, what's with the bugs? And Eugene says at first he could only control bees, but lately he's been able to control other insects, too. He makes some caterpillars move, and Pug's like, oh, they look so juicy. Great for midnight snacks. And Eugene's like, they're pets, not snacks. And they like make letters. They spell out bug off. Pugsley says that, after he unpacks, maybe they could hang out. And Eugene says that he's actually meeting up with some other guys. And Pugsley's like, whoa, I could tag along. And Eugene's like, they're kind of newish friends. And Pugsley's like, I don't mind. It's not like I have any old ones. And then Eugene's like, I owe your sister a lot, which is why I agreed to be your roommate. Let's just see how this pans out first, okay? And Pug's like, yeah, sure. Ajax knocks on the door. He's like, hey, B-boy, you've grown. Because, he's taller. Eugene asks, he's like, what are you doing here? Ajax says that he's a new resident advisor. And he's like, let me know if you have any questions. And Pug's like, can you stone me with your snakes? Ajax like, that's not going to happen. And then Eugene's like, are you and Enid still together, or did she finally come to her senses? And he's like, do you two have any dorm-related questions? And he's like, no. In the quad, people are still commenting about Wednesday. She walks by, they're like, oh, there she is. Oh, look at it. There's Wednesday. She finds her family with the principal. He says that she'd probably like having her family around more this year. And she immediately asks, like, what do you mean? Morticia says that he just asked her to be the chair for the gala fundraising committee. Principal Dorr says that Vincent Thorpe chaired the last 3 years, but after Xavier was falsely accused of murder, he pulled his son and his endowment from Nevermore. She's like, Xavier's not coming back this year? And the principal's like, he's headed to Reichenbach Academy in Switzerland. And Gomez is like, I spent a summer there as an exchange student. So this is like the long-haired guy that, one of Wednesday's sort of love interest. But there were some accusations made against him. I don't think I'm not really sure because they never said who made these accusations against the actor. And so he was kind of like, he was basically written off the show. I don't think it was necessarily anyone from this production. So it's one of those sticky situations where these accusations, he denies them. He's like, I don't even know these, because there's like, I think there's stuff that he was like at, parties with underage girls and whatever those stuff. But the one, I guess, that made the accusations I don't know if it was like assault or whatever. He's like, I don't even know that person and like all this stuff. So none of this has anything to do with Netflix, I think, or, the show. But Netflix or whoever's production, they're probably looking at it as this person is potentially dangerous. We can't have this person around because the rest of the actor production crew, they would be in danger because some people are like, yeah, I don't want to work with someone who's been accused of assaulting someone. So whether there's any, I don't know where that situation is, where that's what's going on with that, but he's written out of the show. Yeah, so Gomez says that he was at this Switzerland place for summer, and Morticia's like, that was the longest summer of my life, and they're starting to get close, like they're about to start like making out or something like that. Principal and Wednesday are kind of feeling awkward. Then Principal like tells her, it's like, oh, think about it overnight. And Gomez like, oh, she will be on the ride home. And the Principal's like, well, I was thinking of having you stay closer. So they visit the gardener's cottage, which is like just really big and like spooky looking. Morticia says, like, I thought it was reserved for the faculty. The principal says that Marilyn Thornhill, Christina Ricci's character, lived there last year, but thanks to Wednesday, she is now enjoying much tighter quarters in prison. And I think Wednesday says something about like not tight enough, tight like a coffin or whatever. So he turns like on a light in the living room, and it's like just pink, like pink light or wallpaper, so whatever. And they're like kind of like it startles Morticia. She's so he hands her a key. He says it's hers for the night, and she decides to become the gala chair. She can stay there. He's like, consider this your home away from home. And he's like, I'll wait outside. So they look at all the pink, and Morticia's like, who decorated this place? And Wednesday's like, a homicidal maniac. And Morticia's like, that's not really fair. She's like, not all homicidal maniacs have such ghastly tastes. Gomez, so he says something like it's nothing that, her whatever ways she couldn't fix. Pugsley comes back with a couple of mousetrap that he found under sink. And he's like, hey, Dad, you want a snack? He's like, yeah. So we're going to eat like dead rats. Like, haha. Wednesday asks, why would she want to be in charge of a gala? Morticia says that, now that they're both here, she's been wondering, what's the next, chapter, her next chapter might look like. What is she going to do? But she says she won't consider it if it would make her uncomfortable. Wednesday's like, I was born uncomfortable, mother. So Morticia says that it's been hard with Goody gone and no one from their bloodline reaching out to be her new spirit guide. But if she was here, she could be her assistance. She's like temporarily, of course, until a new guide presents themselves. Wednesday's like, you're a dove, I'm a raven. We're on different paths. You said so yourself. And Morticia's like, well, I've had experience with ravens. And she's like, Wednesday's like, are you talking about your sister? You've never been very forthcoming about Aunt Ophelia. And Morticia's like, you remind me a lot of her, especially as you've gotten older. So Wednesday's like, you don't need to worry about me, mother. You should be focused on Pugsley. We both know being tall and male will only get him so far. Besides, he's got the brains of a dung beetle and the ambition of a French bureaucrat. So she leaves. Gomez asks Morticia, what is it? Because she's like looking, and she's like, Wednesday is hiding things from me. And then she's like, I will not let history repeat itself. So something went down with her sister. Whatever. So Wednesday walks out in the woods with Thing, and she's like, I can handle my mother. And Thing like motions something, and Wednesday says, she's like, I'm not asking her for help because I don't need it. I don't need yours either. Keep your nosy fingers out of my business. Then she hears like sirens in the distance, and she's by where the private investigator dude was killed by the ravens, the birds, and they're putting him in a body bag. His eyes are gone. They're gouged out. The new sheriff now is told the witnesses are Greg Mulligan and Debbie Prizeman. Greg's the manager at Piggly Wiggly, and Debbie's one of his cashier. So the sheriff says, like, so the dude was out here catching supermarket sweethearts in a tryst when he got attacked by a squad of kamikaze crows. Again, are they crows or ravens? I don't know. Because there's a bunch of like dead ones like on the side. They're all like numbered, with police evidence things. Wednesday walks up to her. So the sheriff cheerfully, she's like, Wednesday. He's like, can I help you? And Wednesday's like, just admiring the view, Sheriff Santiago. And then the sheriff's like, I promise to be better than my predecessor. And Wednesday's like, that's an exceptionally low bar. So then Wednesday sees someone in a hoodie like turn away and like starts walking away. They start running through the trees. Wednesday somehow ends up in front of the guy, kicks, she's hiding behind a tree, kicks him in the face, and he goes like down. And then she's like, Galpin, what are you doing here? So he's the old sheriff. He was Tyler's father who
ended up being the hide that like attacked him or whatever, and that she was kind of romantically involved with whatever. They kissed. Galpin, he's like, the victim was a friend of mine, Carl Bradbury. He's like, we were working on a case together, and that's what got him killed. And Wednesday's like, I play cello, not violin. She's like, don't give me a sob story. So he's like, Bradbury stumbled onto something, said it could affect outcasts. We're just starting to scratch the surface. And Wednesday's like, you care about outcasts now? He's like, my son is an outcast. It's like, yeah, I know what he's done, but Miss Thornhill, she turned him into a monster. Wednesday's like, Tyler was always a monster. She just unlocked that in him. People don't change. Look at you. You're still a broken, deluded man who can't hide behind his tin badge anymore. And he's like, badge never stopped you, did it? He's like, I could use your help getting to the bottom of this. She just turns to walk away. He's like, you didn't just wind up at that crime scene by, accident, Adams. He's like, you were drawn to it like a moth to a flame. And she's like, she stops. She's like, it's a shame your psychological insight couldn't help you save your own son. Because, he got locked up at the end. Did he escape? We don't know. She turns again, and then he's like, well, if you change your mind, come find me. And then he's like, just remember, the birds are always watching. She stops, looks up, and keeps going. Ajax, he's in the common room area, whatever. It's dark. He's got a flashlight in his face. He's like, tonight, you're going to hear the tale of the skull tree. It's a Caliban Hall tradition to tell the story on the first night of school. So they're sitting there, by the fireplace. So then we get this like animated sequence, kind of like Frankenweenie or whatever, like sort of like the Tim Burton special style. He's like, there once was a brilliant boy with a fragile heart. He spent his days in bed, drawing the incredible machines he planned to build someday. And we see like a drawing of a mechanical heart. Somehow he's just moving his hand and the pencil's drawing on its own. He's like, now the doctors, they only gave him months to live, so he decided to design his own heart so that his body could keep up with his dazzling mind. So there's like a surgery. You see they cut his chest open. They cut the heart out. They slice the tubes. They take it out, put in a mechanical one, and it like attaches whatever. He's like, the operation was successful, but the clockwork heart had changed the boy. There's a shot of, he's going to Nevermore Academy. He became cold and driven by ambition. He makes this device, like smashes like a VW like beetle, turns into like a little cube or whatever. When he arrived at Nevermore, he was hailed as the greatest mind to ever walk the halls, but his inventions became more dangerous until one night, his genius cost him his life. He hits a switch, there's a big explosion, he's like in a tower, goes flying out of the tower. Legends have it, his body is buried at the foot of Skull Tree in an unmarked grave, but if you put your ear to the skull's hollow left eye, you can still hear his clockwork heart tick, tick, tick. Only the bravest in Caliban Hall have ventured out at night to listen to the tick of the clockwork heart. So, will you? And then Pugsley smiles because he wants to do it, obviously. Principal is like waiting in his office. Bianca comes in. He's like, thanks for making time. He's like, I've been watching you. How you interact with your peers. Charisma is something that, it can't be learned. It's a gift, and you positively ooze with it. And he's like, do you have political aspirations in your future? And she's like, well, I like the idea of creating real change for outcasts. And he's like, well, what if I told you you could start creating that change today? He's like, as a fundraising gala student liaison. And he's like, we really need to heat things up if we're going to hit our target. So they look at this like thermometer fundraiser sign. And it's like at the bottom. He's like, you have the sizzle factor that I've been looking for. And she's like, wow. It's like, I'm honored, but I'm not sure I have the time to take on something like that. I'm really sorry. And he's like silent. He's like, me too. I mean, you are a scholarship student, right? He's like, the school is in a financial pickle. And if we don't meet our fundraising goals, I may be forced to let some of the scholarship students go. I know how people feel about sirens, but I don't share that view. No outcast should be limited or shamed. And Bianca's like, is that why you're asking me? Because I'm a siren? He's like, using your powers of persuasion for a good cause should be applauded. He's like, I'm sure you agree. We all want what's best for Nevermore. So why don't you take another look at that schedule of yours and see if you can squeeze this in? You can give me your decision tomorrow. By Enid and Wednesday's room, Thing is like out on the balcony. Enid comes out and sees him. The Thing is a he, right? Obviously, it's whatever. I don't know if they ever refer to his gender. She's like, what are you doing out here? And he like signs his. She's like, Wednesday yelled at you? And she's like, She's like, man, the sudden popularity is really getting her. I think some people just aren't built for fame. And when you're stressed, relatives can be the easiest punching bags. Or in your case, sparring glove. It's like, I know how it is to feel like you don't belong, but you do. It's like, you know what you need? A place you can call your own. And I've got the perfect spot. So she and the pack made like a home for him. There's, I don't know if it's like I don't know what it was, but there's like 3 levels. There's like furnishings, there's like shells, and there's little bottles and stuff, like lotion or whatever sitting there. And there's like a bed at the bottom and all this stuff. And she's like, home sweet home thing. And they both do some thumbs up. And she's like, welcome to the pack. They all howl. Wednesday comes in as they're howling, turns around and leaves. So then she's playing her cello in the music room. We see a bunch of different things. Morticia's looking at Ophelia's journal. So did she bring it with her? Because there's like a bunch of like scribbles, and then there's like drawing, like disturbing screaming face drawings and I don't know, I don't remember if there's like blood from the eyes. Pugsley's looking at school map with the magnifying glass, and he finds a skull tree. Galpin, the former sheriff, he's watching like I think it's like old home videos of his kid. Principal Dort opens this crate, and there's like a painting in there, and it's a portrait of the old principal, Weems, Gwendolyn Christie. And it's like he's like, it's almost like he sighs, and it's like, did he have a crush on her? But he kind of like talked badly of her. Then we see a wall with a lot of photos of Wednesday, and like her eyes all scratched out or whatever. And then we see in front of the picture, there's like a hooded person wearing like surgical gloves. They cut out the eyes. It's almost like a life-size photo of Wednesday. And then they hold the picture up. So, and all throughout this, Wednesday's like playing this song, very intricate, or like that. And then either her hand slips, I don't think a string broke or bow or anything, whatever. This woman had entered, and she's like, Prokofiev, whatever, some musician. He's like, can do that to you. And she's like, Miss Capri, new head of music. And then Wednesday's like, is this the same Isadora Capri who completed her first classical album, Wolf Howl, at the age of 10? And Miss Capri's like, I didn't realize I had any fans left. Wednesday says, I've always been fascinated by child prodigies, the focus, the talent, the unrelenting quest for excellence. And Miss Capri's like, luckily, I was able to break free before it suffocated me. And Wednesday's like, I thought teaching was the purview for those who can't. And Miss Capri's like, well, I was inspired by a group of young people who saved their school in the face of overwhelming odds. I decided it was my time to give back to my own community. We have our work cut out for us. And Wednesday's like, my hand's a little stiff. And Miss Capri's like, no, your hand wasn't a problem. Your pain was the only... So the teacher's actually Billy Piper. I had no idea. At first, I was like, who is this? Because she looks a little different. And maybe it was the hair. It was like, shadows. It was kind of dark. It's like, I was like, who is that? And then I looked it up. I was like, oh, it's Billy Piper? So she's like, her pain was the only thing that made her performance interesting. And then she's like, did you know that whatever the teacher was a chess master? That's why his concertos are so deceptively cunning. He wants you to feel the notes, not anticipate them. And she's like, I'm not looking for lessons. I play for my own fulfillment. And Miss Capri's like, and yet music doesn't seem to fulfill you. Stop trying to control it. You have to succumb to its beautiful chaos. And on Wednesday, of course, she's like, I cause chaos. I don't succumb to it because she's so cool and edgy. She gets up, walks out of the room. It's like, okay, someday, Wednesday, you need to grow up. It's day. At first, I'm like, is this a levitating class? Is this broom flying class? There's all these kids like levitating like branches up. It's like, what are you doing? But then you see they're making this big like bird sculpture thing, whatever. It's for the pyre. So we hear Morticia's like, there hasn't been a pyre since my days at Nevermore. Principal, he's like, oh, it's a marvel what the Da Vinci students can do. It's like, they have more creativity in their right pinkies than I have my entire body. And then he mumbles, he's like, this thing's going to work, right? And they're concentrating and give him a thumbs up, whatever. He talks about how Principal Weems, wanting to fit into the normie world, but obviously he feels, differently. He's like, no disrespect. He's like, I know, the two of you are old friends. He's like, now the Addams family is an example of outcasts who don't bend to normie culture. He's like, that is a testament to you, Mrs. Addams. And she's like, oh, thank you. And he's like, have you made your decision about chairing the gala yet? And she's like, I'm still pondering. I want to do what's best for Nevermore, but also for my family. He's like, I understand. It is a lot to balance, which is why you would have a liaison student to assist you. And I am on the hunt for the perfect person. Bianca walks up. She's like, look no further. She's here. And he's like, Mrs. Adams, Bianca Barclay, one of our best and brightest. And she's like, it would be an honor to work with a Nevermore legend. And then Prince was like, come to the pyre tonight. See what we're trying to build here. Then decide if you want to be involved. So Wednesday enters her room. Enid's standing there with the card. She's like, from Xavier. So she reads it. I tried texting, but I guess you lost the phone I gave you. And she looks at Wednesday. She's like, you have a phone? And Wednesday's like, I dropped it in the bath. But we see her, a flashback. She's actually dropping it into a big iron pot of boiling water. And then Enid takes the cover off this this painting leaning against a pillar. And Enid considers reading. She's like, consider this my goodbye gift. The image suddenly flashed in my head. Don't ask me how I know or what it means, but it's connected to you, I'm sure. So it's this big crow with like the big red eye, and there's like other birds in the background, and it's like, I think it was like on tombs, in a cemetery or something like that. And then he's like, the note says, "Who's Wednesday Adam without a mystery to solve, right? Xavier." So then Enid's like, a creepy crow on a headstone. What's it mean? Wednesday's like, no idea. Enid's like, Thing and I are headed to the Founder's Pyre. Are you coming? Then she like looks and sees Thing standing on some books on her desk, like close to her typewriter. She goes up to him. She's like, have you been using my typewriter without permission? And she pulls out the sheet from the typewriter. And it says, read any good books lately? And she's like, look at it. And she's like, my novel. She opens her desk drawer. There's like one sheet in there with like 3 lines typed on it. And she's like, it's gone. She takes the sheet out, and the big picture of her with her eyes missing is like underneath. She reads it. Higher, 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 I as a demon of the fire, and each blazing roof's my pyre. And she's like, my stalker is going to burn my manuscript at the Founder's Pyre. Enid's like, it's not your only copy, right? Wednesday's eyes kind of like, dart away from Enid or whatever. And she's like, seriously? She's like, copy machines aren't even 21st century technology. Wednesday's like, I'm not going to allow 2 years of my life to go up in flames. So they arrive at the big like twig sculpture thing. Wednesday's like, the stalker is here. Be on the lookout for anyone watching us. And then Enid's like, who isn't watching us? 3 kids come up to Enid for a selfie, and she even like does like different expressions and whatever hand gestures. And Wednesday comes back. She's like, hey, stay on track. I need to check the pyre. You go on the other side. And then as they're walking, Ajax sees them, so he starts following to talk to Enid. Pugsley's like next to Eugene and some other kids. They're not really talking to him. But then he's like, hey, once the bonfire's lit, I'm sneaking off the skull tree to go dig up that dead kid. Who's coming? The other 3 kids kind of look at each other. Eugene's like, sorry, tonight's my big night. Dort's going to recognize me for helping save the school. Wednesday walks around the base of the pyre. Thing is like crawling around the wood. She's like, Thing, keep your fingers peeled. It's like the stalker's playing a game. And then some students like walk by her, like bump into her. Like there's 2 on either side. They both bump into her, and then another 2, like other one bumps in her, and then she kind of like looks back at them, and then she all of a sudden she reaches in her coat pocket, pulls her hand out right away. So she got cut like between the fingers. She reaches back in. There's a note with 4 double-edged like razor blades taped to it. So it must be one of those people that bumped into her, right? Unless someone told her, or they were who knows, like tricked into doing it. She opens the note and reads it. If you don't want your novel to go up in smoke, meet me under the pyre. And it's like pyre is underlined. And then underneath it, it's like, P.S. I found a few more typos. So she starts like kind of touching pieces of wood, testing them. And Enid's like, what are you doing? Then Ajax interrupts her, and she's like, hey, Enid. And she's like, oh, hey, Ajax, hi. He's like, what's going on? Hey, you kind of ghosted me this summer. I texted a bunch. I left a crazy number of voicemails. And she's like, sorry, my bad. Wolf Camp was strictly device free. I was unplugged for a whole month. Can you believe it? I think I have PTSD. And he's like, well, we've been back 2 days. I feel like you've been avoiding me. And she's like, well, I've been busy with the pack, and you have your RA thing, plus I've got the Wednesday factor, and she never disappoints. This other kid comes up to her, and he's like, Bruno, he's like, I saved you a spot at the front. She's like, oh, thanks, Bruno, but I'm kind of in the middle of something right now. And she runs over to, because Wednesday like made a hole, and she's just crawled inside. And Enid's like Wednesday, she's like calling her. Morticia and Gomez are there with Lurch. Miss Capri, she goes on stage. She's like, good evening, Nevermore. She's like, woo! And everyone's like cheering. She's like, welcome to Founders Pyre. Tonight, we're going to start by singing the Nevermore Alma Mater. And Gomez is like, oh, he's getting excited. So Miss Capri goes on to the piano. Bianca and the others are standing up there. They're going to sing. So it's Nevermore, Forever Dreaming, Years of Study, Fun and Screaming, Outcast Bonds, Forge and Trust, while all the others turn to dust. Da Vinci Siren, Faceless Gorgon, Never Forget Your Outcast Origin, Ravens Feast on All Our Woes, in the Home of Edgar Allan Poe, at Nevermore. So then there's a bunch of cheers. And then Steve Buscemi, Principal Dort, turns on a boombox. Dancing in the Dark by Bruce Springsteen plays. He embarrassingly, he starts like kind of like doing some dance moves out there. He grabs a mic and he starts like whatever. He starts addressing everyone. He's like, welcome back to Nevermore. And like, woo. And he's like, I'm Principal Barry Dort. Silence. No one like woos or anything. He's like, and tonight we'll celebrate a new era. It's like, I know change can be scary, but you don't have to be afraid. You know why? Because we are outcast strong. And he like does like muscle, like flexing poses. Wednesday's still crawling underneath. Enid's like, Wednesday. And she's like, they're going to like this thing any second. And then Wednesday, she sees her manuscript above her. Dort says that from now on, he's abolishing the nightshades and all secret societies. And then there's like confusion and muttering. He's like, the protection of our school falls upon us all. Therefore, we all are nightshades. Yeah. But they don't cheer him on this. Wednesday starts climbing up to get to her manuscript. The principal continues. He's like, now, in the words of the great American outcast, Bruce Springsteen, you can't start a fire without a spark. He flicks his hand, releases like a little fireball at the sculpture. Whoosh. And it lights up like pretty quickly. Wednesday's still like climbing up. Things like outside like kind of start panicking, what can thing do? Pugsley was like looking around. Wednesday reaches her manuscript. The levitators start like moving the bird at the top of the sculpture, because it's all on fire. It's pretty much all like practically all lit up. So the bird's wings start like kind of moving, and then it breaks free, starts flying around while on fire. Wednesday's like, she reached the ground. She kind of was able to drop down, but there's still smoke and flames around her. She still needs to crawl like a long ways, not a long ways, but she needs to crawl out of there. The bird flies up, swoops over everyone, and there's like sparks flying, and no one's worrying about their hair catching on fire. I don't know, maybe it's magic fire. The bird flies up, then it like explodes in a burst. Poor things like frantic at the edge of the pyre. Enid makes it to Dort. She's like, we have to put out the bonfire. It's like Wednesday's trapped underneath. But then Wednesday finally reaches the entrance thing. She's able to roll out. Everyone's like looking at her, and people are like smiling. And I don't know if they just think that she's cool. What's going on? They like kind of spread apart. They make a path for her. And Dort's like, here she is, right on cue. Our student of honor, Wednesday Adams. And she's holding her manuscript. It's like kind of smoking a little bit. The students clap and cheer. He's like, none of us would be here today without your bravery. And she like looks at him with a confused look. He's like, Wednesday, would you help me unveil something very special? So there's this big painting. It's almost like a life-size painting under his cloth on the stage. He's like, I had this commission to commemorate how you and your ragtag group of Nevermore buddies saved our school. He takes off the cover. Wednesday's like front and center. Like, I think she had a sword. It's like she's holding something up. And she has this big smile on her face. Behind her is Bianca and Enid and Eugene. And Enid like enthusiastically applauds, and everyone's like cheering. Wednesday's like shocked, and then the principal's like, "Give us a few words of inspiration to launch us into a new era." And the crowd chants like, "Wednesday." So then she shoves her manuscript like at Enid, and then she kind of charges the stage. And she looks at the painting up close. Gomez and Morticia, they kind of give each other like a, oh crap look, because they know this isn't, Wednesday's not going to like it. Wednesday slowly turns. She takes the mic from Dort, and the crowd gets quiet. She's like, tonight, and she looks at the fire. She's like, is our banquet of discontent, and we shall gladly feast on those who would subdue us. Yay! People cheer. Our fight is just beginning, and I'm ripping the Band-Aid off the scab of civility, and will not cease until our enemies have been vanquished. And she raises her arms, more cheers. She almost looks like in the painting, but no smile. And she's like, and by enemies, I mean any imbecile stupid enough to cheer on some shallow, rabble-rousing diatribe like that. And then there's like confused muttering. And you're like, what? She's like, you thought I was your hero? I'm not. I always play dirty, and I never fight fair. The only side I'm on is my own, and the only place I'll lead you is off a cliff. And she looks at Dort. She's like, so do not put me on a pedestal, because I will burn it down. She drops the mic. She grabs a torch, like on the edge of the stage, lights the painting. Whoosh! It just goes up. And then she's like, holds the torch. Dort is like staring at her in shock. Her parents are just silent, whatever, they didn't know what to expect. This is Wednesday, Wednesday holds the torch. She holds it up, and then she drops it. He walks off the stage. Bianca actually smiles. She admires, I guess, what Wednesday's doing. Wednesday grabs her manuscript. She walks off. Enid, she's like, follows her. She's like, what the hell are you doing? And Wednesday's like, I never agreed to this. And she's like, so you're going to torpedo it for the rest of us? You're my best friend, but can you be a little less Wednesday? It's like, this is supposed to be our best year ever. Dort's still on stage. He looks at the painting. He's like, damn it. In the woods, Pugsley is walking with a shovel. He finds a tree. He smiles. He gets up close. He listens. He hears a faint ticking, and he smiles. But then a bird flies out, almost at him. He falls back, and then his body's he's on the ground, on a bunch of moss and dirt or whatever. But his body's starts producing a lot of electrical energy, and then he pretty much zapped all the ground around there, and then whoosh, an arm pops up through the ground, and a zombie crawls out. But it's Pugsley's just sitting there. It's is he gonna freak out? Is he gonna scream? No, he just stares and kind of chuckles. And the zombie looks kind of gross, decay, bulging eyeball, and it's is it gonna try eating him? Enid's telling Wednesday, she's like, stop. I was like, Wednesday, will you wait up? She puts her hand on her shoulder, and Wednesday, her head jerks back. She gets a psychic flash, blood from her eyes, more blood this time. And then she drops her manuscript. She crumples to the ground. And then we see Wednesday somewhere else. It's like foggy graveyard, lots of ravens perched around, cawing. Then she looks. One has a flower in its beak. It's on a tombstone of Enid Sinclair. And then Enid whispers, this is all your fault. And then Enid is behind her, bloody, grabs Wednesday by the throat. I died because of you. Enid gasps awake, but she starts convulsing, so she's not fully awake. And Enid's she doesn't know what to do. Morticia comes up and kneels by her side, and Wednesday's still convulsing. That's the end of the first episode. So what does this mean? What's happening? The main thing is, so we have this stalker. It just seems a little annoying. I don't know. We'll see where this is going to go. So that's the first episode. It was. I mean, it's good, but I'm not super excited for it. I don't know. We'll see. I have to think about. Let me know ASAP. It's do you want me to continue? I mean, I probably will. I don't know if I should do the whole thing. Is this something you want to hear about? You, my audience. I'm trying to figure out what you want, what you like, and I may think I'm pretty good at figuring that out. We have similar interests for the most part. But do you want to hear about Wednesday? Do we want to talk about it? Let me know. Okay, and now the movie feature is Weapons. So this was written and directed by Zach Cregger. He's one that wrote and directed Barbarian,
which is interesting because just like last weekend I was talking about Barbarian because brother-in-law Ethan Redlamp, if you remember him, he just like watched it with his wife, and it's kind of a funny story, but so he hadn't seen it before, and I was like, yeah, I watched that movie. You know, I made his sister watch it, you know, my wife, and so weapons. And so here's the thing. What I'll say is when this movie came out, I knew really nothing about that, and even like the day of, you know, I was at this. I think I mentioned I was at a 2-day math nerd teacher convention. Well, not really convention, but like a class whatever thing. So yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm going to movies, and there, you know, I was talking to this other teacher from the school I used to work with at, you know, way back, and you know, she's like, what's it about? And I was like, well, it's called Weapons. I was like, it's about this teacher, Julia Garner. You know, I think she's a third grade teacher. I knew she was like an elementary teacher. She goes in her classroom. All the kids are gone. There's no kids in there because like 2:17 in the morning, all the kids get up out of bed, run out the front door. No one knows where they're at. And then the town is, you know, there's like a town meeting, and everyone's like mad at her. They're like why is it just your class? Like, where's our kids and everything? So that's all I knew. It's kind of freaky if you see the trailer. You know, just like the way the kids are running, and it's kind of, I had to double check with my daughter. So it's kind of like how Naruto runs with his arms back, but it's like, what's going on here? And that's what makes this an interesting movie, and that's what I really dug is. So it's something different. It's not a big, you know, production. It's not a, you know, sequel franchise or anything like that. And that's what I think makes this cool and interesting, is because like you have no idea what's going on, and that's what I love about this. And you know, so I watched the trailer once, and when it first came out, I was like, I don't want to know anything more about this. This is all that's it. This is what I was like, I don't know why it's called Weapons. I have no idea. It makes no sense, and I don't even think I'm gonna. Probably shouldn't talk about. I don't think I'm going to talk about that. This movie was just is really fascinating, and I saw a clip like the other day on I think it was Rotten Tomatoes Instagram, where Zach was talking about when he started writing it. You know, he didn't have the whole story. He just started. You know, I think he had the premise about the kids all like getting up and disappearing. What, you know, I think he ended up writing like 50 pages, and then he's like, okay, that he had that, but he still didn't know like why or, you know, what was going on. And he's like, this may not go anywhere, you know, because if he can't come up with a reason, then, you know, he's got nothing. He's like, and I think I came up with one. That's what the movie is about. So basically, Julia Garner's a grade school teacher. It actually starts off where like some kids like telling a story about this, you know, this town in Pennsylvania, and you know, it's a true story. What they say, obviously it's not. But she's like, no one ever talks about it because the police are all embarrassed about like what happened. She's like, but if you go there and talk to anyone, you know, they'll tell you, you know, what happened. So it's, you know, 2:17 in the morning, and it's like, I'll say 17 kids. They all get up and they leave their house. They just like walk out. And at first I was like, how do you know it's 2:17 a.m.? You know, are the parents like watching their kids leave and maybe they just couldn't stop them? There is a reason why, and it's actually makes sense. I won't give that away, but I was like, oh, that's a clever little detail how you would mention it, because I was thinking, it's like, how are you going to know it's 2:17 a.m.? But yeah, so we have that. So basically, you know, they all leave the house, and then the teacher walks in, and there's no one there, because, you know, you see all the kids in the school and everything. Everyone's in the hall. She walks in her classroom, and there's one kid there. So it's like, you know, what is going on? What happened? And you know, they start doing an investigation, and you know, she gets interviewed, the kid gets interviewed, and you know, there's no answers, because you know, she doesn't know anything. They suspect
that she must have done something, or she must have said something. Like there's like something, because I asked the kid, they're like, was there a plan? Did you not, and he's like, I don't know. I don't, he doesn't know anything. But it's like they figured that there must have been some plan to, like, okay, at 2:17 we're all going to get up and run out of the house. And so they're like, what did she do? What did she tell him? Why is it just her? Because like Josh Brolin is one of the parents, and he's like angry. He's like, what is she know? And Benedict Wong is like the principal, and he's trying to address them. And like Josh Brolin's like she's here. It's like, what, when she answers some questions or whatever. And that's a lot of what's going on is like what is happening. Now we find out. See, I don't want to give too much away, but what we find out about Julia Garner, I mean, nothing. It's like, she's a teacher. She cares. She wants to talk to the kid, but they're like that's not a good idea, because so many people are angry at her, but she's very caring. Like she's gotten in trouble before for being too like emotionally attached. There's like because she, like Benedict Wong's like, you're not supposed to be hugging kids, and she's like, he needed or comfort or something happened, and he's like, and you can't be giving kids rides, and she's like, he missed his bus, what am I supposed to do, just leave him here or whatever, which you don't put kids in your cars. So she seems like she's a good teacher. I mean, she's young. Maybe she doesn't make like the best choices, but it seems like she cares. And her class is gone, and she wants to know what's happening. But one of the things like Benedict Wong talks about is like, is it about what she needs or what they need? Because she wants to talk to this kid, and he's been the police have been asking him questions, and he's like. And now she wants to ask him more questions too. It's like that's not good for the kid, but she wants to ask questions for herself, and so it's stuff like that. And then what I'm so hesitant about what to say. What is cool about this? What I like, and it may not work for everyone, but we kind of get like. The story told like there's almost like there's chapters, and it focuses on a different person. A lot of like at some moments there's like overlap where you'll see the same scene but from a different perspective. So I thought that was really cool, where you see how that, because usually what happens when it cuts to the next one, it backs up a little bit. Like it could be a day or a couple days, whatever, and then eventually you'll see like where it meets up or something like that, and then it's like someone else, and so you're seeing all these different things, and we're getting more information, and there's some kind of funny parts. There's this one like police officer and this like a druggy guy sort of. I mean, it's not like trying to be funny, but it kind of is just more a little absurd. Eventually, we start figuring out what's going on, and then it's a little freaky. It's a little disturbing. So one of the things I think the idea of these kids just disappearing, I think the real key on how you'll take that is if you are a parent or not. Because when I saw this in the theater, there was a lot of probably like young people, like, maybe late teens, early 20s. So I don't think that really hit home as much. But I think for other people, just the idea of like your kids just getting up and leaving, I mean, that's a horrible thought. So I think that's a little different. While I'm on this kind of aspect or track or whatever, there was point like towards the end, like some like the violence like really starts kicking and things kind of get pretty bonkers. And there was just like some people, and it wasn't the entire theater, but there was like I could hear like some people down my row and some people like in the row above. It's like they're just like really like laughing, and on some levels, some of what we're seeing is absurd, kind of crazy. But if you really like focus in on the story and what's going on, it's not scary. It's more in the disturbing aspect of the fact that this is happening. but it's like these people just kept laughing, and that really was annoying because I don't think it's supposed to be funny. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. And there's one thing that you sort of see in the trailer, because when I was seeing that, I was like, oh yeah, kind of forgot about it. But then when I saw it in the movie, I was like, oh yeah, they showed this sort of part. So there's that. Now, what else can I say without spoiling? Because I don't want to even touch on much more. The exclamation, the why, it's okay. I'm a little, but it's disturbing. It's a little terrifying. Not so much. What I will say, as I kind of shy away from specifics about that, one of the things that kind of bother me, where I can't say that this is like a perfect movie, is there's some parts the vibe just kind of felt off a little bit, and from what, like, every time I talk to someone about this, like everyone's like, oh, Julie Garner, she's such a good actress. I don't really know so much because I didn't watch, I only watched the first season of Ozark. I don't really remember. I remember parts of it because I was talking to my brother-in-law about it, and I didn't see the other seasons where I guess she really steps up and does stuff. But I'm not saying she's not a good actress or anything, but there's a couple parts and this could be with the script or with the direction or whatever, but the way it just felt when she said something, it kind of didn't feel right. But again, to me, who am I? So there's a couple things, and there's something else where it felt, I don't know, it kind of took me out for just a second. And it's nothing really major, but there was just a couple moments where something just felt off. But other than that, I mean, it was a good movie, and it was just kind of weird, and it really amps up. It's kind of crazy. Let's step over to Rotten Tomatoes. As of now, this can change by the time this episode's out. Right now, it's at a 97% from critics. 97. That's pretty high. Popcorn meter is 90%. So people are liking it. Critics liked it. Audience liked it. And there's a couple audience reviews where it seems like they don't really get it, whatever, but they weren't really happy. But I think they did a good job with it. It's almost, like I said, it's a little disturbing. It catches you off guard, and that's where the movie kind of is clever, where it works. And when you see stuff, it's just because there's some moments. There's kind of a couple jump scares, but there are other times where they could have forced more on, but they don't. So I think they kind of fit it just right. The budget of the movie, when I first saw it, I was like, 38 million. I was like, how is this 38 million? I guess maybe, but I don't know. I mean, there's some things that towards the end that maybe that could be it. But yeah, it's just, it gets pretty crazy. I don't know how much. I don't have the box office. This isn't updated yet. It's projected to make 25 to 40 million from 3,200 theaters. So 38 million. So it might make the budget, but then it has to do more. So will it? Maybe it might be profitable, whatever. It's going up against Freakier Friday and Sketch. So, but yeah, it's I don't think there's much else to say about that. But I just it was good. I enjoyed it, and it's worth watching just because we got some good performances. The story is a little different. It gets crazy. It gets bonkers, and it's just that the idea that this is like a fresh movie. It's something different. It's not a remake or a reboot or anything like that. So I definitely think that you should watch it. It's worth it. So
that is Weapons. It's good, and watch Barbarian also. Because that was like weird. As well, and I think Barbarian might be like on Max, like HBO Max, or you might be able to find it somewhere else. I don't know if it's on Netflix or something like that, but it's good stuff. So you should definitely watch it. Weapons. It's freaky. It's weird. The exclamation. I'm not 100% on it. I might be maybe like a 92, 88%. I'm like okay with it. Like whatever, but overall, I would say I really enjoyed the movie. And hopefully you really enjoyed this episode, but that is going to be the podcast for this week. So big thanks to Andrew Loken. He is a big supporter. You can be a big supporter by going to patreon.com/gmanfromheck. Any amount you can commit to will be awesome. If you commit at the Rick Jones tier or higher, you get access to the secret podcast from Heck, which is an additional 30 minutes of podcast, 30 extra, I totally lost it, 30 minutes more of podcast entertainment every week. You get it. We're still going to do some more Hobgoblin, just maybe a couple more weeks, few more weeks. I think we're getting close. We'll see. Let me know if there's any suggestions, anything you want me to talk about. Put me to the challenge me or give me a topic and we can discuss it. We can talk about it. But if you can't commit to a monthly commitment, you can also help out by going to coffee.com/gmanfromheck. You can buy me a virtual cup of coffee or two. That's ko-fi.com/gmanfromheck. All right, so what are we going to have next week? We will have no Squid Game. So we will have Dexter Resurrection. We'll have another Twisted Metal. Probably do like one Wednesday. We'll just do one per week. And then the movie feature will be Nobody 2. So I didn't talk about Nobody 1 because I think that came out like during like the lockdown during COVID or whatever. Because did I? No, I don't think I did. I could be wrong. I don't think I talked about it. I have to look at that. But that's probably going to be the movie feature for next week. Because Shin Godzilla, I don't know if that's like a one night only. Now in 4K. Yeah, so that is going to be it. I hope you are doing. I don't know if there's other shows coming out. I'll have to check with that. Hopefully not, because things are going to be getting crazy. I really this week I need to get in my classroom. I need to start getting the room set up, let alone teaching material stuff set up. But then like on Friday, then I got the teacher workday starting, whereas like I have to be there, and then the week that you get the next episode, that's gonna be like my first week of school. Oh, summer is over for me. I hope you are doing well. I hope you are still finding time to do fun things. I hope you are taking care of yourself. I hope you're taking care of others, and I hope you remember, be good to each other.